Count on me.
Time to strike. Make way.
Good morning, Blade to Ball. Hey, Yura. Game. That's... game.
On the move.
Where do I go from here?
Hey, Dark Day. Please remind me. I'm a little tired this morning.
Put him up. Jimmy on the go.
Let's get through that door.
I am fury. I am death. On the move.
Since I'm having trouble controlling my game. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Dark Day, very much. Always. I will jot that down for the StarCraft block, God of War 4, and Dragon Quest 11. Hello, Trihexia. What's going on with my screen here? There we go. There we go. Much better. I think I understand Yura's question. I think Yura's asking, is there a link on the website to the current review doc? And I don't think there is. I don't think anything links to it. What am I doing? Nothing. How long is this game? Ah! We might finish this game tomorrow.
Moving.
We're currently stuck in side quest land, and honestly, I kind of wish we weren't here right now, but whatever. Like, this combat is just taking 7 billion years to get through.
Heating up.
Because, you know, it's just my life here. Why am I down here?
Victory awaits.
I'm currently fighting invisible enemies who are here to irritate me.
Let me see your wounds.
Cool, that's cool.
Blood comes easy these days. Need to find a way forward.
Blood comes easy these days, but why? We are fixed. We're cured. But yeah, long, extensive combats like this, which aren't interesting or engaging or even difficult, is a good example of why this game takes so goddamn long to get through.
Open up.
I honestly recommend not playing this game until it's had more patches to patch it up. Yes, I know there was a major patch today. I'm cognizant of that fact.
Got it.
Yes, patch number 1 of 2 went live today. Didn't really do much that I could see.
This is your end.
I mean, let me walk that sentence back. None of the negatives I have given have been fixed by the patch. That's probably a better way to phrase that sentence.
My path be true.
Oh my god, there's so many poltergeists. You know, Dark Day, I hear there's this thing called a website. Yeah, I suppose there is the health thing, but like, it looks like it's only changed my health, because her health is still 204. But I suddenly have 202 as a bard. Which is... But I won't make you look at my website, Dark Day, because I know that's the most horrible sin anybody could ever ask anybody in the history of the ever. Dragon Age. We're playing Dragon Age next. And if you ask which, the answer is yes.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Right, stop. Not leafling, speaking of which. Hey, Dr. Winter. How many scrolls of decurse? I agree so far. This is honestly probably a negative quest. This is just irritating for the sake of irritating. What are you doing? How did you do that? This is not what I would call engaging gameplay. Where's this scroll? Well, I know that, Dark Day. I've been there. Oh yeah, speaking of which, of the various bug fixes and little patches they've done, they have not fixed the resolution issue near as I can tell. Although we will double check that before the day is done. See you around, Dark Day. Get some rest, hopefully. Do I think viscerality can be referred to as feedback? Before I answer that, I'm going to walk away from the computer for several seconds here. Forgot my remote. Only in the broadest sense, to the point where I would honestly consider that to be a meaningless phrase.
What's this?
Like, let me explain what I mean by meaningless phrase. If I call something an RPG, that's a meaningless phrase. It doesn't mean anything. It's so broad that it has lost meaning, right? That's a meaningless phrase. It's like calling something a book.
Covered.
There's such a ridiculous variety of books that saying, do you like books, isn't really useful, right? So, yeah, viscerality could be considered feedback, only in the sense that the graphics could be considered feedback. You know what I mean? I tend to think of feedback as a lot more specific stuff. The game telling you what you've done, where, and why.
It doesn't.
95% chance. Little 25 popping overhead. The chat log telling me, very badly, I feel like adding, that, God, I have to scroll way out. God, this is not a good chat log, by the way. Can I just say that? It's really sad that, I've said this many times, Neverwinter Nights 1 has a better chat log than this. But there it is, right there. So, you know, that's feedback, right there. I think I've already given the chat log a negative in the feedback category. I'm gonna double check that though. Lord knows I've given this game plenty of negatives. I might not have. It's a good thing to bring up. Oh, nope, there it is. Negative 26 and 27. I have given it 2 negatives, which I stand by the way. I mean, like I said, visual feedback is still feedback. I just think I'm just repeating myself, so I'm just going to end statement there. End statement.
Well, so much for peace.
I mean, don't mistake me, I do firmly believe viscerality on all 3 axes of viscerality is very important to gameplay. It's why we judge it in pretty much every game we play, even if it's something as simple as a turn-based RPG. Yes, this is the last side quest, and it's taking us forever! God damn. This is just frustrating. I may literally not have enough D-curses to actually finish this combat. We may have to run from this combat. Because there's just... In fact, we don't. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more things to D-curse. 4. I'm not sure I have that many spell slots. Pretty sure I don't, actually. God.
Under their noses. Ooh, fun.
Something that irritates me greatly, Takoida, is the super summary of that. WebP, and I'm going to put this into super layman's terms, is something that's better for websites and worse than for every other program that exists. So, sites, sometimes the actual site will handle this, sometimes a graphics converter will handle this, have to convert to WebP in order to have it be on the site, and then convert out of it to be able to do any edits to it. But it's better for the throughput of the loading for the site, and so for some reason it became the standard, despite the extra hassle it adds to every single interaction with the image. I don't know who or what pushed it to be the standard, and it drives me bonkers. Like, I'm honestly glad I don't do professional... Well, I don't do graphic stuff as my job anymore. 50! Oh my god. So is this worth playing if you haven't played 1 or 2? Yes. Is this worth playing in general? Yes, but give it some time to be patched. There's the super summary. The score over here is up to date, put it to you that way.
Need to stay focused.
So how many D-curses do I have left? Looks like I have 1. Cool.
On my way.
Sometimes the only way out is through. These boots have seen everything.
Now this is my happy place. Find a route.
Yeah, I was glancing at the patch notes. I didn't see all of them because a lot of them were spoilered, which I appreciate, by the way. But, you know, that's... it's not a small list of bug changes, even from what I could see. What I think this game excels at? Character. Absolutely. Which I know I could say about several RPGs, but I stand by it. There are bad characters and there are irritating characters, but the best parts of the game so far have been the character moments, my opinion. If you mean purely gameplay-wise... I would say the All Roads Leads to Rome game design would probably be what it excels at the most.
Talk to me. You've been in better shape.
And we are now out of Remove Curses. That's good. Get one back. Oh, let's just do this. I guess it doesn't matter.
Nothing will stand in my way. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Cool. Up, camera. Go up. Go up. I know it's there and that I can reach it. Go up! Oh my god, game. Really? It's right here. There's nothing that was preventing me from seeing this. Okay, at least we left combat.
How further can I go?
Decurse the rest of that later. Because we're out of decurses. But it's okay, because we can camp in the haunted house. So let's do that really quick. Hi, Zara. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Give me my spell slots back.
Here we go.
Yes, I want to take an 8-hour rest. Go. Wait, what? Who wants to talk to me? Halson wants to talk to me. Who? Yeah, the ghosts, these are poltergeists, and they are the definition of irritating, not difficult. They have invisibility pretty much at will, as a bonus action, I believe. And pushback, they have force push. And the only way to get rid of the cursed skulls, other than being able to hit for an insane amount of damage, and I mean 50 per strike levels of insane amount of damage, is to decurse them, which requires Remove Curse, which is a level 3 spell, which we only have so many usages of. Good morning, Walker.
I received a dispatch from the Grove. Life carries on there in our absence, just as nature intended. My chosen successor, Francesca, has proven to be a wise choice. Perhaps the wisest I ever made as Archdruid.
Okay. Nah, I mean, you took down the Shadow Curse.
One grand victory may not be enough to absolve a host of small failures. That is where true leadership lies. Not in winning a single vast battle, but in fighting 1,000 smaller ones.
I agree with that.
Making 10,000 difficult decisions. Finding balance where none seems possible. Day after day. I was all too eager to surrender my responsibilities towards the Grove. Perhaps I was never meant to be Archdruid. To be a leader.
I mean, there's no shame in walking away.
Indeed. But I have roamed far and wide for years. Whole lifetimes. I have seen much, done much, learned much. It would be a shame not to pass that on. Forgive me. The Shadow Curse occupied me so entirely and for so long. I almost missed the purpose it gave me. Now I must find a new one.
So, you weren't harmed when Orin took you, I hope. Because I went out of my way to spend days upon days to not rescue you.
Just my pride. I can't believe I allowed myself to be knocked unconscious and spirited away like that. Impressive that she managed to move my bulk, come to think of it. I wonder how that was managed. But in either case, it seems I was insensible for much of my ordeal. Small mercies.
Good, or rather bad. But yeah, I was about to say, the joke we kept having was that he was, you know, being tortured the whole time. Because of course he was. He was in a ball temple surrounded by crazy McCrazy pants. Of course he was being tortured, and yet you're going to tell me no? Like, not that I'm mad about that. This game already leans too far into the edge. But, really? You were just there sleeping for, you know, the week or so that it took me to get around to you.
I hope you're here to discuss that contract you just signed. Agreeing to give away our greatest hope of salvation wasn't the wisest of moves.
What contract? Gale, Raphael is dead.
I'm glad to hear it. But you realize we can't just tell him we changed our minds.
Gale?
We already know the potential that crown possesses. We read it, written in Carsus's own hand.
Gale!
I thought you understood that. But it seems I was mistaken. If you'd rather put such power in the hands of a devil than in me, your trusted companion, well, that companionship might prove a rather fleeting one.
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't affect any ending triggers, because, you know, we killed Raphael. He dead, yo. I can just see it now, Dakota. He casts Prestidigitation to move the eggs, and he thinks, you know, rather than using this cantrip, why don't I invent a level 10 spell to move the eggs? And then he blows up. Anyways, let's go finish decursing this goddamn place. It's just irritating. What's going on with my shirt, too? Ugh. Ugh.
What's next, I wonder? This way.
Yeah, he's worse than dead. He's not coming back. He's gone, yo. Like, Raphael is permanently cessated. And I love it. I'm still happy about it. That's the cherry. That's the dessert after all this.
Time to undo the
Thanks, game. Thanks for adding that little extra bit of screw you while I'm trying to do this. Yep, cool. Thanks for continuing to be a dick, game. I'm gonna have to do this in turn-based mode because it's taking too long to mouse over the tiny target and actually decurse it. That's wondrous, really.
Better start a conversation.
Yeah, we have to walk up and touch the damn thing.
Wanna dance?
Blackets will be done.
Yes, Blockus will be done.
It's begun. Have to keep pushing.
This is really frustrating. Just want you to know that. Like, if the goal was to frustrate me, game, then you are succeeding brilliantly. just brilliantly. Yeah, this is actually bad design. This is negative to gameplay. Never mind what it's doing on the narrative axis. I need to get upstairs, by the way, to do the quest, so this is an unavoidable. It's the skull, but the skull shouldn't just automatically... Okay, hang on, I have an idea. Hey, Caroline, go up here. Thank you. Now,
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
go decurse the damn thing.
I'll fix that.
So, this is like a double whammy of screw you. What's happening here, I think, is these skulls, excuse me, have an automatic, outside of their turn, what I'm going to assume is a reaction to someone walking nearby, which shouldn't even be a thing, by the way, in this game. And that's the shove. And of course, it's perfectly positioned to shove you 2 stories down, which is fantastic. And there's probably a cooldown on being able to use that. So, yeah, we had to do what Avon Ram suggested there, because, you know, screw us. Let's get some of that health back we just got from being flung down 2 stories multiple times.
Let's get going.
See how many other things we got to decurse up here. It's probably more than 0. I also love how the camera... Of course! You can't even see it until it's already shoved you. Did you catch that? Because the way the camera is terrible.
Little soothing's in order.
That is actually trolling. Oh, by the way, whenever you successfully dispel the curse, it then gets one last thunder wave out as a screw you. That is spiteful.
Still breathing, despite everything.
That is actually spiteful.
Light on my feet.
But we made it. We're upstairs. Here's all the paintings.
That's curious.
It burns. It burns. You will burn too.
Right tool will do the trick.
I mean, if you smash those, I am honestly very impressed, because they had tough... So, hang on. I think it was sturdy toughness specifically, but it was the one that requires you to do more than 50 damage in order to do damage to a thing. So whatever the hell you were doing to hit for 50, Dr. Winter, is honestly really impressive. I don't think I'm capable of that with my current setup.
The portrait is ice cold to the touch, filling you with a sense of overwhelming dread. So why is the woman smiling?
Take the piggy bank, bitch! Burn her! Roast her!
Seems simple enough.
Look at me. Aren't I beautiful? Always watching every single step. Unhand me. Closer. Closer. Ah! Bastard bog goblin! Get out! Leave him! He is mine! I'll smear your flesh on this canvas.
Gross.
Nasty interference. Rotten to the core.
Yeah, Gale, could you detonate yourself in this room real quick, please?
Die here. You want to. It burns. It burns.
Whoops. I didn't actually mean to steal that.
Burn too.
Just like I found it. Another possible solution would be to get up here, I imagine. And just come in through the roof, you know? Still, that doesn't change the fact that that is a giant corridor of screw you to get up here. So, does anybody know where an undead merchant is in this game? You know what we should do, Wandering Doll? We should, like, rent a warehouse somewhere. And just go in and find people that need to be exploded. Tie them up and just store them in the warehouse. And they're all going to be like, and they're all confused. And eventually Gale will walk in with hundreds of people and just... Yeah, and that's the end of it. Not that I'm aware of, Yura. That is to say, there's no day-night cycle that I've seen. Make sure I've got everything. Nope, I did not. Carrie, my darling, I'm not sure why I'm writing this. Where you've gone to, no pigeon could deliver. Still, if there's some part of you watching over my shoulders, I say to her, I beg you leave me be. You feel my every thought, my dreams, my nightmares. There's no reprieve from the memory of your face, the look of disappointment you cast upon me each time I close my eyes. I cannot take much more of this. I must be rid of you. I must. My dearest Lady Janeth, I write to inform you of my progress in your portrait and my struggles therein. You see, while my skill at capturing your countenance is considered far superior to the other brushwork of the city, it is lacking in one particular respect. My memory of your form is far inferior to the purest beauty I held when you first sat with me. How can I finish a masterpiece without confidence in the grasp of the subject? I beg with you. Sit for me again. Allow me to finish this portrait in the proper fashion, with its ravishing subject firmly grasped within my gaze. So lockpick it. Why do I have to manually lockpick? Why do I have to roll a 1 on lockpicking? I don't even care. Hey, Lae'zel, open this lock, please. Thank you.
Can't give up now.
Hey, there's a letter. Dear Monsieur Fervus, I so appreciated the desperation of your correspondence. Heartbreak can impose a terrible burden. In my humble role as an interlocutor with the spirit realm, I believe I might be able to offer you some reprieve. Bring this letter to my mansion near the seafront, and together we'll see if the dead have peace to offer you. P.S. The door is regrettably stubborn, so you must speak its preferred words, secreta mortuorum. I may even consider a discounted rate if you're willing to recommend my services to Lady Janeth's well-coined kinfolk. Ha! I guess that's the vendor, who is naturally labeled on the... He is, actually, okay. I'm honestly shocked that he's visible on the map.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archdruid Gortash.
What path lies before me?
You don't have to look at it, you know.
Why'd you make it so big? That fits!
Change out this barrel, Sue. Awaken, little one. Flower and bloom as I know you can.
Probably just a dead cat.
Maybe a little one. For you.
Maybe a few dead cats.
The broadsheet's gone to pot ever since I left.
Oh, please.
Do not fight to disobey. You are under my...
Where's the door? Oh, there it is. God. I can't remember any instance of it to go to.
Set into the mansion's faded exterior, you see the faintest outline of a door. An entrance designed to provide the utmost discretion. The door pulses with a heavy, melancholic magic. Whatever lies behind it concerns the living and the dead. You sense it waits for the right words. It requires permission to open. The door shudders.
Praise the absolute.
It has no choice but to let you inside.
Mystic carrion awaits.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
You do not have an appointment. What possible reason could you have to enter the presence of Mystic Carrion?
That's your name. I'm trying to help your customer Oscar. He's been possessed.
The painter. Yes, I remember. He wanted to contact a tormented spirit. I gave him exactly what he desired, and for a pittance, given the complexity of his request. His inability to follow simple instructions is hardly my fault. If he wanted his safety guaranteed, that would have cost him extra.
So if he was richer, you would have protected him.
Of course. That's what my clients pay for. To feel safe and superior, even over death itself. Oscar couldn't afford 1/10 of my usual fees. I was indulgent in helping him, but now the spirit must be exorcised. I assume you came to me seeking an exorcism? I can provide you with the means to perform such a ceremony.
Oh my god.
But you understand, this is my livelihood. First, you must do something for me.
I do not friggity have time for this. Can I just give you money instead?
So ready to part with your gold? To save yourself the bother of helping someone?
I've got stuff to do!
Like my usual customers than I thought. Very well. You may purchase Oscar's salvation, if you can afford it.
Did you just shame me for trying to skip your quest? Here!
Then the torch of revocation is yours to use. Use it to destroy the painting of his self-destructive lover, and her spirit will be forced to vacate his body. I hope he is grateful for the price you paid to help him. Generosity like yours should never go unrewarded.
Thank you. For stealing a ridiculous amount of money from me.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
I mean, yes, most.
And yeah, I don't know how much he followed that conversation, but that means he just straight up was totally cool with allowing this guy to be, there it is, to be possessed, knowing it was going to happen because the guy didn't pay him enough money.
Peaceful for the moment.
At the very least, if you had so much as one remaining decent bone in your body, what you would have said is, hang on, what you're asking is dangerous, and you can't afford it, so I'm not going to help you at all. And then Oscar would have been like, no, please, and he would have been like, no, you don't have the frickin' cash, go away. Instead, you were like, yeah, sure. Sure. But Exorcism, the Exorcism DLC, that's going to be sold afterwards. Now, you have to buy the Exorcism loot box, okay? It's going to contain a chance to contain one of the Exorcism items. Now, if you get 25 Exorcism items, then you'll be able to go ahead. Yeah, he also just lost 3 customers. He lost Oscar as a customer, he lost us as a customer, and probably most importantly for him, he lost her as a customer. A rich woman who is well connected with the nobility of Baldur's Gate. You goddamned moron. Really, Dr. Winter? Oh my god, could we have just killed the guy? Is that an option? Have I saved lately? I actually have. No, up. Up, game, up. Oh my god.
The portrait is ice cold to the touch, filling you with a sense of overwhelming dread.
There.
Why is the woman smiling?
Oscar! Where is he? Where is he?
He's... Yeah, short-term profits. Because as we just emphasized, there's a decent chance that if this guy had helped out Oscar, he would be rolling in money, because now he would have two people, one of which is wealthy and well-connected, vouching for him and getting him more business. God.
How can you tell?
Can't you feel rich, unctuous gouts of necromantic energy simply coursing through the spirit field?
That's really funny, Dr. Winter.
Who are you? Get out! Get out!
Please, Carrie, my darling, listen to me.
You brought me here. You did this. Do not interfere. He's coming home with me.
I kind of like interfering. It's sort of a thing.
Then you're as bad as him. He called me here. Trapped me. Pathetic little childish boy.
I only wished to explain myself, to make you see how...
No! Enough of your whining. Enough! Selfish, arrogant bastard of an artist. I wanted to be left in peace.
So what happened to you?
And how does that help me? Or is it just to help him? Why does everything always have to revolve around Oscar Beverus?
Oh, my sweet Carrie. What did I do to you?
Save your tears for the ethereal plane.
Yeah, as Taqueta points out, generally speaking, and this is true in Forgotten Realms as well, if you're talking to a ghost, you are not actually talking to that person. You're talking to an echo, or a compilation of energy, usually negative energy, which is a thing in Forgotten Realms, that has carried forward some of the thoughts and some of the ideas of the previous entity. There's a decent chance that this woman is off in the afterlife right now, doing whatever it is she's doing. There's a pretty good chance this is not actually her. So, the Carrie Oscar he spoke of was kind and gentle. This isn't the real you. Literally. And I'm going to cast friendship on you, because apparently I can just do that. That's funny.
What are you saying? You're trying to confuse me. It's so hard to think. I don't remember.
Carrie, my sweet meat. I just need to know that what you did, that it wasn't my fault.
It was your fault.
Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be.
The spirit's aura flickers, changes. She is confused, lost, dragged here unwillingly by a man who refused to let her leave.
Oh yeah, and lest we be remiss, notice that his big shtick is that he just wants to get rid of his guilt over the situation. Which means he's not exactly innocent in this either. You had a message for us. Remember, you were going to tell us why you died by your own hand. Did we just roll... Okay, that wasn't that bad. We rolled a 7. But we rolled a 7 with advantage. Which is... I don't even feel like calculating the odds of that.
Fine. If Oscar wants the truth, he can have it. We were a fling, nothing more. My decision had nothing to do with him. I did this because I was so fucking sad. All the time. Oscar finds it easier to imagine a world where women kill themselves over him than one where they have their own fucking problems.
I'm sorry, Carrie. I had no idea.
Dude, I'm gonna kill you.
But I was truly not to blame.
Seriously.
No. You weren't. So you and your poxy paintings stay away from me! We're done, Oscar. Over. Now let me rest in bloody peace.
Seriously, you prat.
Gods, what a mess I've made of it all.
Yes!
Sweet Ferelia. I've been a rotten fool, haven't I? And yet you never left my side.
It will take more than a ghost to scare me away. Though I wish you'd come to me sooner.
That's it? You're just gonna forgive him?
I'm no fool. I know Oscar loved another when we met. But when we made our vows, I meant them.
Throughout my ordeal, I saw how tenderly you cared for me. Even at my worst, you never left my side. Truly, you were the one who saved me. I'm so sorry, my darling.
No, the one who saved you was me. You're welcome.
A debt I'll spend a lifetime repaying. As for you, my noble friend, our account can be settled far more quickly. Come upstairs to my atelier. I promise you'll leave with something priceless. Immortality.
Yes, I want you to paint me in this outfit that I currently have on. That's what I want in my life. I swear to God. Okay, hang on. Yeah, paint. I want a painting of, like, me in the middle of the thrust downwards. This has taken 50 minutes of my life. Just doing this goddamn quest. I don't even want to know how much of that was just constantly getting flung downstairs. In a combat I couldn't seem to end. Come on, let's go.
Here he is, the hero of the hour. Brushes are oiled, the canvas prepped, and you... Well, you're comfortable. That's the main thing. So
I'm gonna slap you! I'm gonna slap you so hard. What's wrong with what I'm wearing?
No, of course not. As an artist, I want to capture your true essence in this portrait. Bloodstains and all. Oh, of course, if you do want to freshen up first, I'm more than happy to wait. After all, it will be seen by generations to come.
I'm good. Let's go.
Wonderful. Stand yourself just there, and voila! All it needs now is a name. Something to capture the spirit in which it was created.
Skald Supreme, Orator Extraordinaire, Master of Modesty. Sure.
A tad alliterative for my tastes, but who am I to judge? Please, take it in for a moment. It's not every day one's face is preserved for posterity.
He really captured you. Beautiful.
Where is it? Is it in my inventory? There it is. The hero of Baldur's Gate. Alright, hang on. Let's get out of here, first of all. What? Okay, in case you can't see that, here's the painting he just gave us. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna goddamn murder him. Nope, it's still Minsk. I'm on it in the corner. On his shoulder. Squeaking. In lore, I give it to Minsk and just walk away. Wants to talk to me. If it's Halson again. Oh my god, I don't care, Halson. God, I should have left you kidnapped so you'd leave me the frack alone.
I never quite realized how burdened I was until I met you. The threat of the Shadow Curse, the politics of the Grove. I was forgetting who I was. But you lifted the fog. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're too modest. I wager you don't even know how extraordinary you truly are. But I do.
No.
I have lived a very long time.
No. No.
I have taken
No.
many lovers.
No.
My heart does not stir lightly. But it does now.
No.
Truly? I thought you felt the same as I did. You saw to my needs here in camp with the care of a lover, not a host.
I left you kidnapped for a week because I thought you were so unmemorable, that you were that irrelevant to me. I just don't see you that. Also, I'm in a relation. I love how the options here, by the way, are be a rude dick, I just don't see you that way, or I totally see you that way, but I'm taken. These are our options. No.
I understand. And I still cherish our relationship. Still, I could not have forgiven myself had I not taken the plunge. Better to have tried and failed.
Okay, I'm so glad that just goddamn. Let's go kill Gortash. Hey, go find a corner to cry in, you dare. We're done with him. We're never talking to him again. Probably. Honestly, yes, laser spec. Halson shouldn't even be a party member. That's really the problem there. And he takes rejection better than Anders does. He just shows up at my bed. Ah! Get out! I just thought, you know, as the host, that you would want to cuddle. Get out! As a bear. Ah! Why do I smell like wet fur? Why does my ass hurt? And why is the bed broken? I think we were seeing another trigger bug. Yeah, there's this. Because, yeah, that acted like we'd been flirting with him this whole time, and we haven't flirted with him so much as once. Go ahead, kiddo. Alright, let's go kill this Yahoo. Is he up, down? Where are you, Gortash?
At the ready.
Oh, hang on. Let's speak with animals, very important. Strider on you. Apparently the other side. Which, sure. Thanks for the extremely wrong quest indicator game. Appreciate that.
Red Dragon would have this place down around Gortash's ears in moments.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Are the
I've
gods truly
always
this
hated
petty?
this place.
Oh, hey, yeah, our health just went up. Nice. Why is this red? I guess it doesn't matter. Gortash isn't even in here. Oh, my God. Look, everyone, I will let you live if you just let me go kill your boss. I know that sounds facetious, but no, I mean that with total sincerity. I'm not in the mood today. So, let me live, or let me pass, and you get to live. Fail, and, well, you're gonna turbo die. Also, what's with all the dead people everywhere? Like, there's a lot of dead people in this room. Oh, there they are. No, don't. Okay, that was actually pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you very, very much, Ben Smack, as always. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, do please let me know. Can't target the damn thing. Here, Lazel, could you scooch just like an inch?
I got this.
Dealer's choice. You got it. Thank you again. So, don't want to rethink your life choices?
Moving.
My God, of course there are, Dr. Winter. That's just, why would I be surprised by anything at this point? Hey, let's split up for maximum killitude, shall we? I'm just kidding, we're actually going to group up for maximum killitude. Go!
Got to press on.
Through the fire.
No choice but to keep going.
Maximum killitude. My boots are there.
What path lies before me?
I swear to God, Blade Cheval. I don't think this game has too many quests so much as I'm just kind of done with it. The many, 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 many irritations of this game have made it to the point where I just don't want to do the content, even if the content's decent. Like, even the quest we just did, which was bad on a gameplay axis, which I stand by giving a negative on the gameplay axis, was actually kind of interesting on the narrative one.
Taking position.
Like, okay, I'm kind of with that. I don't know if it's going to get the copy tag or not. And it's not even just the fact that I'm in a hurry, which I am, it's worth noting. But ignore that for a moment, because that's not really part of the equation. I stand by what I said earlier. I have played multiple games that have been very long that I've never gotten bored of, that I've never been tired of, or that I've never been just like, can we just get on with it and put it down? I have not reached that point in many games that are even longer than this one. I have reached that point in this game because it's irritating. It's not bad. I mean, it is. There are bad elements to it. I don't want to sound dismissive, but it is. There are so many rocks in my goddamn shoes that I'm just tired of taking this walk. You know. Possibly Darkrai, although I don't agree with that. I mean, admittedly, I have to struggle to think about how DOS 2 was at launch, because that was a while ago. And I only played through it partially at launch. I never actually finished a playthrough at launch. Probably in part because DOS 2 was kind of irritating at launch, which sounds familiar, doesn't it? By contrast, I played through the Definitive Edition 2.5 times at this point, and am planning to do another playthrough, assuming my friends actually want to play through, which I wouldn't blame them if they don't.
Over there.
Ready.
So, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's not the fact that it's too long. I always stress that. It's not the fact that I'm in a hurry, because that's just being dismissive. It's the fact that the game is irritating.
On the move.
I stand by every negative I've given this game, and I actually did a re-glance down the list this morning just to check my thoughts on the matter. Do I think this game will get a definitive edition? I would be shocked if it didn't. It's not only Larian's overall modus operandi, but it would be the easiest thing to do by far with what is likely the limited license that they have from Wizards. Speaking of which, I actually pulled something up last night to share with you guys. Check this out. Give me a second though, because apparently it's not here where it should be. There it is. Neither, Walker. See, that's true, Darkrai. But if I could be blunt, I think that's a good thing. Let me explain what I mean by that. Me cramming games the way I do, you know, 9 hours a day, smashing through games, or I guess it's 8 hours at this point, whatever the shift is right now, allows me to better magnify good and bad. It makes it... I'm trying to explain how to... Imagine you're looking at a fossil, and you need to clear away the sand on the fossil. And you can do one big... And that gets rid of most of it, and you can see a decent image of the fossil. But if you really get in there with the brush, and really properly push it away, what you get is a much more complete picture. Good and bad. Because in my experience, and this is just from my personal perspective, but from my perspective... it makes good games more enjoyable and bad games less enjoyable. And so I'm more likely to notice good things and bad when I do a review in the format that I do. When I review for 8 hours a day and 7 days a week. I do plan to pull back at some point, don't mistake me, but you get my point. So the argument that I've heard for years and years at this point, that games are better if you stop playing them for a while, doesn't hold water to me. While you could argue that it would make your personal experience better, which is valid, it doesn't make the game better, and that's the argument that I fight against. That's the argument that I disagree with. The idea that a game that is meant to be played in multiple installments over the course of a year or whatever is therefore better by virtue of the fact that you're not supposed to play it the way I play it. I don't buy that. Not that I'm saying you're making that argument, Darkrai. It's just I've heard that argument a lot. Is there an up here? There is. But Let's get up here.
No time to waste.
And well, that's a dick move, game. That's actually another very valid point, too. A game like this is especially vulnerable to the "what was I doing" problem. You know the what was I doing problem, right? It's, oh, I put this game down for a couple weeks or months. Where was I? How many of you have actually gotten back to a game and forgotten how to play the game? I'll raise my hand on that one. It's like, And then you go back and it's like, oh shoot, what quest was I on? What story was I doing? And then you start over again, because you don't know what you're doing. And you start over again, and then you get a while into it, and then you have to put it down again for probably some kind of real-life purposes. And, well, you get the idea. It's kind of a cycle. And it's a very normal cycle. It's a normal cycle to go through. Ah, that is what's shooting grenades out at me. That's cute. And yeah, exactly. So there are games that have features in them designed to combat that exact problem. Either in a good, well-designed quest log or in a, this is what you've most recently done kind of a feature. I know this is a weird example, but the Mario and Luigi series, of all games, has this nice feature where when you're loading a save, when you're going to load it, it'll have a little thing that says, this is what you just did, and a little bit of like a rejoinder of, here's where you're at in the story. It's a little thing, but it's appreciated because you could put games down, especially long games like RPGs, for long periods of time. And yeah, I believe Dragon Quest XI has a similar feature. There are several games that do things to try and mitigate this problem. No, I did not, Zactapt. I'm sorry. I think Witcher 3 had that too, although it had the terrible voice acting, but, you know, it still had, you know, something.
What now?
Time to strike.
Yeah, kill this man. Woman. Roll better than a 1. Really?
Majesty of manure! Sovereign of shit!
Who are you and where did you come from? Whatever, get up here so I can kill you.
Come on, Karlach. Show him who you are.
Jesus Christ, stop rolling 1s!
Close ranks.
Let's end this.
Okay, she's dead. Next.
Moving.
Actually, the HUD should be pretty up to date. Hang on, let me double check something. Oh yeah, I was going to show you something. Hang on. So, hang on. So we're at plus 93. Hang on, where's the HUD? 93. And then 13 down here. To answer your question, though, the review document is quite up to date, as of this very second. And now the HUD is too.
Never a dull moment. One day I'll catch a break.
So I wanted to showcase, you remember yesterday I talked about licensing and Hasbro and or Wizards of the Coast? Well, I did a little looking. Not a lot, I'll admit it, but a little bit of looking. So, back in the day, Wizards of the Coast, which was actually under TSA at the time, excuse me. So TSA was like, hey, make some video games about Forgotten Realms. And so we've got Pool of Radiance, Hillsfar, Curse of the Azure Bonds, Secret of the Silver Blades, Eye of the Beholder, Eye of the Beholder 2, Pools of Darkness, Neverwinter Nights, Gateway to the Savage Frontier, Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures, Dungeon Hack, Eye of the Beholder 3, Menzo Berenzin. All of that is in the space of about 6 years. Lots of them came out. Then it slowed down a bit as the demands of the games got a little bit harder. We got Baldur's Gate, Descent to Undermountain, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, Dark Alliance, Ruins of Myth Draenor, Icewind Dale 2, and of course, Neverwinter Nights, the one I've been referring to, not the MMO. Cool. But then something interesting happened, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I just like to give evidence. So, then Dark Alliance 2 came out, 2004, and then Neverwinter Nights 2 came out 2006. And then Baldur's Gate 3 came out in 2023. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hang on. Forgotten Realms games came out in that period. Yes, they did. Let's look at the list of games that came out in that. So, first of all, let's just get the obvious out of the way. Much fewer games came out in a much larger period of time because they were much stingier about what they gave their license to. But let's look at the games they gave their license to. We've got Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance, a piss-poor attempt to recreate the Dark Alliance format in a game that absolutely freaking sucked. Then there's Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. I don't feel the need to add anything to that. Then there's Lords of Waterdeep, which barely counts. In fact, that's just, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's just a basis. Yep, that actually doesn't count at all. That's just a digital version of an existing board game. So we're actually going to remove that. So hang on. So yeah, don't play the recent Dark Alliance. It's crap. So we've got the crap Dark Alliance, Idle Champions, Sword Coast Legends, Neverwinter the MMO, and you know my opinion on that, and something called Daggerdale. I don't know what that is. Of those 5 games, one of them might be decent, and that's Daggerdale, and that's just because I've never played that. The other 4 are various degrees of crap. DDO, see, Pax asked about DDO too. A lot of people forget DDO was not Faerun. It was Eberron. So, you know. Siege of Dragonspear. Let's look that up. Siege of Dragonspear. What are you? A new chapter in the Baldur's Gate saga. What the hell is this? Oh! This is the... Okay, yeah. This is the Enhanced Edition. This is actually, ironically, going to make my point even more. So we also got the Enhanced Editions with new DLC for Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2. Cool. The thing is, if you're familiar with those, you know why I heap scorn upon them. Because both Enhanced... First of all, obviously, there's the fact that they are so buggy, I physically cannot play them. So, you know, there's that problem. But let's ignore that for just a second, because clearly that's a me issue, it's a skill issue, I get it, cool. Now, the real problem there is the fact that...
Time to press ahead.
When they were going to make that, when the team, which I believe was Beamdog, was going to go and make that, they were like, we really want to do a proper remake of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. At the very least, we want to do a proper remaster of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. We want to bring these games to modern audiences, and with modern conveniences, modern controls, modern interface, modern quality of life features. And Wizards said, no. Wizards said, you are doing a port, and that's it. So the point I'm trying to reach overall here, and all of these points add to this, is Wizards, and it is Wizards, regardless of their ownership of Hasbro, because I'm not sure when exactly that happened, have been very about their license pretty much ever since they got a hold of it, which I believe was right around 2001, 2002, something like that. Hang on, let me look this up. It was actually 97. That's actually older than I thought. So in 1997, Wizards of the Coast took over and purchased TSR. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering what happened with TSR, I'm not summarizing that. The TSR debacle was such a goddamn mess that I would have to sit here with a list of notes to remind me of specific dates and names, because it's so much crap. It's a mess. Just please trust me on this. It was a freaking mess. God. But yes, Wizards took over as Baldur's Gate 1 was being developed. And Hasbro took over when Baldur's Gate 2 was in development. How do I get up? Up. Up. That is a good damn question, Nerozos. I mean, that sounds cool to me, Leander. Frankly, we've never gotten a good Waterdeep game, and I think that would be kind of cool if, you know, if assuming the game was good. That's a necessary component there. Deja vu, huh? Hey, look, the bridge is still up, even. Is it really? Okay, okay. Just looking around really quick. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Or I would be looking around if the camera would let me. Wait, has SF Debris actually looked into the TSA debacle? That's funny. Or goddammit, not TSA. TSR. Fucking acronyms. The TSA debacle is a whole other problem. Hey! Man, I'm sure glad we took out all these Steel Watchers. Near as I can tell, you don't have to. You can just walk up here and be like, hey, buddy. I skipped a side quest. Oh yeah, I probably should save since I haven't in a while. So, Gortash, listen. You're reasonable and that's cool, but I'm gonna kill you. There's a couple of ways this can work out. Interesting, McDonald. I honestly haven't followed SF Debris in years at this point. No insult, it's just I haven't really had time to follow that kind of content anymore. You know how it is. I don't, Loke, but we'll try, because we are a bard.
This was your doing, wasn't it, Karlach? The destruction of my steel watch. Such a petty vengeance.
Those things were evil. Just like their papa. To think I ever worked for you. Proudly, too.
I never meant to harm you, dear. Merely to help you realize your vast potential.
You sent me to the hells. You let Zariel take my heart, as though any of it was yours to give away.
The greater good, Karlach. Something I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You feel no regret, do you? All right. How about fear, then?
Oh, you do quite misunderstand. I've already made a deal with your companion. We need each other.
Do we now?
Not really, no. Also, Gortash, listen. I've been thinking about it, and I've decided to kill you just because of your fashion sense.
You ought to reconsider. Divided, the Elder Brain will create an illithid army, yourself included in its ranks. Together, we can tame it. I'm sorry you feel wronged by how things ended between us all those years ago. But now, we must look to the future.
You make it sound like we were lovers. Or friends. But that wasn't it. I trusted you. I respected you. It was my job to protect you. And that's what I did. I was so young. I didn't recognize evil when I saw it. When you turned on me, I was too dumbstruck to realize what was happening. No way he'd hurt me, I thought. He betrayed me for reasons I still don't quite understand. But I suppose evil has no real cause. It just is. Until it isn't.
You utter brat. You're going to burn this place down.
Good.
Say goodbye, Gortash.
No, you have to stop her. Do it, now!
Sure thing, buddy. Hey, Karlach. Go up and melee that guy. Hey, what is that? Get off my screen so I can see the goddamn buff. Oh my god! Thank you. Shell of Resistance. What does that do? The Micro Modron Force Curtain granted this entity immunity to thunder damage and resistance to elemental damage for one turn, along with extra bonus action movement speed. You have a Modron in here? You do! You... Or rather, you have Modron devices, to be more accurate. God, look at all those traps! Holy crap! Yeah, his AC is bonkers, by the way.
I'm going to enjoy this.
I'm just gonna let you have fun, Karlach. You're gonna miss a lot, and that's okay. Okay, you don't have to roll a 1, Karlach. I know you're angry. Yeah, his stats are a little bonkers.
This city is mine!
over this here. I don't really think we need Ace for this one, to be very honest. I think we got this. Yeah, I think we're fine.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I mean, I said it before, Raphael felt like a super optional fight. Or at least an optional fight. But I would not deprive Karlach of the kill that is so rightly hers. What's the bug? Esper? God, what are they called? I can't think of words. What's the name of the summoned creatures in FF14? I keep wanting to say icons, but that's Garlemald's term for them. Is it primals? Okay. What's the name of the bug primal? Also, Gortash is dead. Nice hit, Karlach. Ravana. You know what the Raphael song reminded me of was the Ravana song. It's a long way to go around to say that stupid sentence, but I couldn't think of the name of the jackass, so what do you want from me?
In position.
I will ascend.
Yeah, phase 2. No.
Can't give up.
So, if you surrender, I will consider letting you live. Alright.
Let's have a look.
So Gortash is nothing more than a pile of flesh? Same as the rest of us.
I can sense she's working something out, so I'm going to say nothing.
I feel like there should be a sunset for me to ride off into. Or an orchestral swell, or something. But there's nothing, is there? I killed the bastard who ruined my life, and my prize is that I get to crawl into a corner and die. Am I fucking missing something?
Yeah, an entire zone in Act 3.
I'm beyond overwhelmed.
No, Walker.
I'm finished. He's dead. And he's no fucking sorrier now than he was before. What was the point? I'm still dying. I'm dying. I'm going to die.
Yeah, because we can't do your quest. Maybe we could still fix your engine.
Got a miracle in your back pocket you forgot to tell me about.
Yeah, it's called the Definitive Edition.
I'm going to be as dead as a Gortash any day now. Any moment. And what then? Off to the City of Judgment to waste into oblivion? Into the dirt to get eaten by maggots? Is that it for me? Is that fucking all? And you'll just keep going, won't you? Watching the stars, warming your hands on the campfire, dancing, eating, making fucking love all night. All of it, all of it! That's everything I suffered. That's why I survived 10 years of torment. The fighting, the clawing, the loneliness, the fucking loneliness. All of it so I could rot. Because the person I trusted the most gave me away to the devil. It isn't fair. I don't want it like this.
We don't review the game as it might be or should be. We review the game as it is. And I hate to say this, but this is a negative to story. This is the definition of fake drama. Because it's actually a form of cutscene incompetence. We could probably come up with 5 or 6 different ways we could fix her. Easily. All that's happened, I know this sounds weird, all that's happened is her heart has been replaced by an infernal engine. That is so... easy is the wrong word. That is so fixable. It is so possible to fix that. We're level 12! It's Forgotten Realms, and we're level 12! There is no way that we cannot fix her. Let's think this out here for a second. So first of all, some precise application of surgery and greater restoration would fix it. First of all, yeah, we literally have talked with Elminster and Mistra. Anyways, sorry. So first thing. Second thing, some way to, with the many contexts we have, including a high-level Diabolist who is sworn to Mammon, we should probably be able to find someone who can actually repair the damn thing so it can operate normally, even if we don't restore it. So we can restore her body, we can fix the damn device within her, we could probably just straight up kill her and remove it, and resurrect her. We could send her to Hope in a friendly pocket of Avernus to buy time while we get this stuff done. We've got Jurgle over there, whom we are the chosen of. You see my problem. That's why this is actually a negative. Because by virtue of the content being cut, this is fake drama. This is, oh no, we've run out of milk in the fridge. This is... oh God, what am I going to do? And I'm just sitting here like, go to the grocery store and buy some milk. No. Okay, I'm being exaggerative, but you get my point. This is a solvable problem. Arguably, this is a solved problem. It's just too far to get to the grocery store. We can't fix it conventionally. That's exactly what this is. We can't fix her conventionally. Now, if we were deciding to do this because we're evil dicks, then sure, and that's why this scene should exist. Because we have refused to do her quest, or we've refused to fix her in one of the many ways we can. But the fact that we are actively being forced into this situation of not being capable of fixing her is bonkers. I would do anything to change it, but I just can't.
You could try.
Yes, I could!
You got a wish spell in that pack of yours. What the fuck am I supposed to
I have divine intervention! I literally have divine intervention in my back pocket. You think I wouldn't blow that on Karlach if everything else failed somehow? Sorry. Just... See, honestly, I'm with Dakoita. As weird as this sounds, my thoughts on this have varied over the years, I'll admit. But Let us fix these things. Let us make the decision. Put the option into our hands. Give us a problem, and then challenge us with solving it. We have options. They're costly options. Let us decide which way we want to fix Karlach, or if we do so at all. Don't just be like, It's impossible. The remote, oh god, I have to replace the batteries in the remote. I don't have any more battery. Oh, the batteries are upstairs, actually. But I'd have to go up the stairs to go get the battery pack, and then I'd have to get the stupid little, like, the screwdriver and open it up, and oh my god, screw it! Screw it! Sorry, Karlach, you're screwed because I can't be bothered. Ugh. And yeah, it's not like there wouldn't be any drama. There's still drama. It's just... You know? It's just... Anyways. Live, Karlach, until the definitive edition.
You do it. I'm tired. Let's get out of here. I've always hated this place. Stupid fucking gigantic bridge or whatever. I think I need to go to camp for a while. Be alone. Scream at the sky. You can come and find me later if you want to. Thanks for listening. For existing. Love you.
Well, apparently I don't in return. At least that's what the game's telling me. Hey, another monk thing. That's 3 monk gauntlets I've found so far. What? But, what? No, let me loot! You know what? That's a good point, Dr. Winter.
The last stone. I need to see it for myself. There it is. So innocent, but such potential. You have done very well indeed.
Time to kill the Emperor.
Pulse with psionic energy, permeating you, pulling you in line with their rhythm. The thrum quickens, rising, cresting on a single feeling. A location.
A morphic pool beneath the city itself. So that's where the Chosen imprisoned the brain.
Duh. Haven't you felt the earthquakes? So how do we find it?
If memory serves, there are smuggling routes beneath the city. They will take you underground.
Cool.
When we reach the pool, we will find the brain, and we will end this. In death, thraldom, or freedom. But a word of caution. Once we cross into the Elder Brain's domain, there will be no turning back. Finish your business here before you proceed. The brain will be waiting for us.
There's probably side quests. So, yeah, we need to kill him as swiftly as possible. I'll just do that. Yeah, point of no return warning. Of course, it's a heavy crossbow. That's a shame. That's a nice crossbow. Gortash's hand. Why do I have Gortash? Oh, right, for the Orin quest, which we don't really need anymore. Yeah, I noticed Karlach is just gone from the party. If she just left the group, I'm going to be slightly upset. Okay, so let's just go to camp. Go to camp. Yeah, we gotta go free the Githyanki prince and kill the Emperor. Then we can kill the Elder Brain.
On my way.
Alright, I'll save after all that.
Hey, soldier. You're back.
Still soldier after everything we've been through, huh?
Old habits. Did I miss anything while I was off having a sulk?
There are multiple ways to get to the astral plane. The problem is knowing exactly where you're going and navigating it once you get there. But we could get to the astral. We're level 12. We can make this happen. Anyways. Let's see. Villains rose, heroes fell, the apocalypse drew near.
Nothing out of the ordinary then.
You know, soldier, we're so fucked. The Dark Three are trying to consume the Sword Coast. We've still got tadpoles in our eyes, and I've got a ticking time bomb in my chest. I'm not sure anyone has ever been more fucked than this. And yet, we're fine. In this moment, we're fine. Here I am. There you are. Breathing, talking, even laughing if we want. Is it very precious to say that despite it all, I'm happy?
If you're happy, I'm happy.
In that case, there's something I wanted to ask you. Will you stay with me when it's time for me to go? I think I can do anything if you're there. Even die.
Game. Normally I'd pick option 3, but I know it's not there, so...
Thank you. Now, enough tragedy, I'm not gone yet, and our schedule is packed with important heroics, isn't it? Plus, if I cry anymore, I'm gonna run out of tears and start leaking motor oil. Thanks for everything, soldier. I'm extremely glad to be in this thing together.
I've been thinking about this for a bit, too. This is going to sound very strange, considering our enemy is an Elder Brain, which is being empowered by 3 chosen of lesser gods. Quasi-deity, I believe is the term. But I feel like this game would be a lot better if it was a lot lower level. Now, hang on. I know what you're going to say, and you're right. Like, level capping at us at level 6 or so would almost be worse on the gameplay axis. But on the narrative axis, it would work a lot better. And as Jaluta points out in chat, a lot of these games have this exact issue. You know what level we are? When we go fight, oh god, I can't think of her damn name, Lizard Lady in Neverwinter Nights 1. We're level 20. Now that was 3.5, which scales differently, but still. Huh? Yeah, exactly. The story does not match where we should be in overall power level. Oh, was it 3.0? My bad. I mentally adjust to 3.5 whenever I say 3, so I didn't do that on purpose. But that was 3rd edition. And... I guess my overall point is, I think Forgotten Realms in particular is actually at its best, and I mean this, when the stories and the focus and the campaigns are much lower level than higher, when they try to keep things within a range of reasonability and more grounded, right? More down-to-earth stuff, rather than going off and killing gods. I know, it's a power fantasy, and that's fine, but experience has taught me that they tend to handle the former better than the latter. How many really good high-level campaigns have we got in video games in D&D? I can think of 2. Neverwinter Nights, one of Neverwinter Nights 1's expansions, which is Hordes of the Underdark, and one of Neverwinter Nights 2's expansions, which is Mask of the Betrayer. I don't know. Random thoughts. Just talking out loud. Oh, join me, by the way.
Hey, soldier.
Level 12 isn't ridiculous, but we are epic level, Lord Hermon. We have officially reached epic levels. So...
Hell.
Like we were talking about earlier, we have many ways to fix Karlach's problem and to get around Will's problem, which we were allowed to... Oh, yeah. Speaking of which... Yeah, no kidding, Leander. You want to talk about earning a difficult solution? breaking Will's pact. I know that's a pretty precise scenario, but that's sort of my point. Thought and effort and work was put into making breaking Will's pact while saving his father challenging, interesting, and rewarding. That's how you make it. This goes back to what we were talking about in chat a bit ago. That's how you allow us to fix things and still make it interesting for the player. Right there. Honestly, yeah, same with Lae'zel and the Hammer. We had to infiltrate a plane of hell, well, a pocket of a plane of hell, and fight through some monster stuff, and then do what is probably the best encounter so far in the game. And, you know, earn it. But we did, and it was awesome. Cool. Yeah, that's true. Even if we ignore the gameplay, we have killed 3 lesser deities chosen, excuse me, killed a powerful devil in his own home, killed an archmage in his own tower. We've become a chosen of a much stronger deity. We have rejected Baal to his face. We have decursed an entire area, which was under a curse of Shar. We killed an avatar. Actually, we killed 2. Because we killed Merkel when he transformed, and we killed Orin when she transformed, too. Like, we have accomplished some very high-tier stuff. So, no, we're definitely in epic levels, Lord Herman, by 5th edition standards. I don't know if I would take... In fact, no, I absolutely don't think I would take wish requirement, Lord Herman. And don't mistake me, I think a wish would fix it like that. Oh yeah, we've also killed a Draco Lich. I think we could come up with... I would let my players workshop it, basically, Lord Herman. See what they come up with. And then we'll judge based on specifics. I don't know. We'd see. I do still think that just fixing the damn thing should be on the board, if nothing else. We have plenty of interactions with people who are of the devil-oriented thing and have contact with the Avernus. And, right, we have a portal into a pocket plane of Avernus, a friendly pocket plane of Avernus, where we can just go and chat with people and be like, hey, could you help us fix this? I mean, come on. My point being that I think there are options here, and the fact that there are none is the problem. Nah, don't tell me right now, Lord Herman. It's cool. You know, honestly, yeah, Wandering Doll. If I was designing the game, I would have ask Raphael for a deal to fix her be on the table. Now, I would never take that, but from a design perspective, from a narrative perspective, yeah, of course that should be on the table. But anyways, let's update the HUD a little bit here to add some negatives, because obvious. No, those are positives, Laura. Oh, that's why. There we go. They're out of order. I don't know if Karlach would take the deal. She is shockingly naive. And, well, probably not fully aware of the consequences of such a deal. But, you know. Yeah, we can even talk to Mizora about it, who is personally working for Zariel.
Give it a shot.
Oh, you get the idea. There's options here. I am honestly curious to see what we will get in the definitive edition. So what are these side quests, Dr. Winter? If you don't mind just beelining me to them, so we can just get it over with. Also, Takoida's correct. Karlach wouldn't be making that deal. We would. Behind her back. She might even be really pissed about it, which she would rightly be pissed about it. Okay, Basilisk Gate. Hang on, so that's... And there's a Flaming Fist Outpost. Thank you, Dr. Winter. So, Basilisk Gate. Listen, nobody ever hugs Tali von Falkenstein, and therefore nobody can hug Karlach. It was a well-done scene, and I gave it a positive for being a well-presented scene. I just also gave it negatives for being stupid. Well, for being fake drama. Let's be specific here. Good morning, Bergman. Clone. I mean... Aw. Tell you what, I'll give you donuts. Those are like hugs, aren't they, Eva?
Bonds. Free.
Well, we might be skipping that side quest. Oh my god, she's flipping people. She's flipping people.
Saviors. Pawns. Dupes. Fools. Release.
Could you talk slightly faster?
Usefulness ended. Targeted. Killed. Death. Unavoidable.
So, yeah, there's just mind flayers.
Let's get this over with.
Running rampant in the city now.
Sacred tadpoles, and the Elder Brain triggered a transformation. Was it deliberate or accidental?
What? Anyways, so how do we get to the end game? Oh yeah, we gotta get to the Temple of Baal.
The hammer's gonna fall.
Yep, good time to do some side quests. There's one area I've been able to see the sky in by Kamano. It was okay. You can see it on the title screen. It's the same sky.
My path be true.
Perfect.
Gotta keep fighting. Onward.
I'm honestly curious if we are even physically capable of doing side quests. Right now.
Survival is all that matters. Can't slow down.
Why do you not have... Whatever. Ah, Mind Blast. Pretty much the reason Mind Flayers are dangerous.
Need to learn the hard way.
In gameplay, I mean. Did you make your save? Okay, you're good. Oh, you failed your save. Oh, you're dead. I've had TPKs from Mind Flayers where the entire party failed the save, and it's just like, do you want to just undo that? Because it was a straight-up TPK, and we didn't really have a lot of means to bypass that. It's fine, Giga Pudding, it's fine, it's fine.
Got to press on.
Another fight. Let's go.
I mean, that's been something I've brought up several times, Evo. Because they're morons, the Three Chosen have been infecting hundreds upon hundreds of people with tadpoles. There's no way we're going to be able to save all of them. Hell, as of this moment in time, there's not a solution for saving us still. In the narrative. Obviously, again, level 12 adventurer. But you get my point. They have not even addressed how we're going to fix ourselves. Why are you running towards... Okay. Yeah, if we can take control of the brain, which we do have the 3 stones, and we can use that to force it to do a kill command to the tadpoles, then we're good. We can we can Phantom Menace this, right? But there is a reasonable possibility that there is no saving all those people, and that sucks. And given how this game is, to put this as nice as I possibly can, filled with the edge, that wouldn't surprise me at all. We couldn't save them. They were lost the moment the tadpoles entered their skulls.
We must discover where it is hidden before that happens.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so... It must be dark.
If not over,
edgy.
Then through.
Alright, so just for the sake of it, let's see if we can do this side quest. It's in water deep. And yet. Alright.
Investigating my case.
Ha!
Liz, Portia. We'll get to you when she gets to you.
I'm sure.
I should have known it would be you. Thank you. If it had been the dwarf alone, we might have stood a chance. But these doppelgangers, they swarmed us. We were paralyzed before we even had the chance to fight back.
Good thing I was here to save you then.
As if I didn't have enough reason to thank you already. I was on my way to the upper city when I heard a commotion.
Yeah, we've seen this dialogue.
It's not these... The kid... It grants... And it's taking place beneath Candle Hallow's tombstones.
I'll investigate this tribunal and give a negative to Sarabok.
How did you... When I'm done...
Yep, okay, thanks for that. Okay, so...
Looking for her? How many times do I need to say it? You sent word about a lead, said that I should come see you about it.
Of course, madam. Let me just... Forgive me, why are you here?
Is this some kind of sick joke? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days?
What's going on here?
My daughter Vanra, my little girl, she's missing. This stupid, useless fist said she had a lead, but she must have been stuck in Dream Mist or something.
Madam, tell me. You said... she was... taken from a tavern?
Yes. The blushing mermaid down by the docks I told you 100 times. Why aren't you listening?
I'm listening. Tell me what happened.
Excuse me, citizen, but if this is a criminal matter, it's my business, not yours. Now, madam, If you'll just tell me why you're here, I'll take down the details.
What's happening? I feel like I'm going mad.
Yeah, I'll help you.
You will? Thank you. I haven't slept or eaten since she disappeared. I'm terrified something has happened to her. Her name is Vanra. She's 7 years old and has red hair, like me. We were in the Blushing Mermaid when she was taken. Just up by the docks.
Was anyone else with you?
No, unless you count a couple of old drinking mates at the next table. But they'd be no help. They barely remember their own names. I was sober, though. I swear. I stop in the maid for a drink sometimes. But it was only a quick one.
That's not what sober means.
Of course. The front of house, Bosun Gannet was there, and the owner of the Blushing Mermaid, Captain Grizzly. Neither lifted a finger to help me look. It was awful.
I'll head there now.
Thank you. I'll head home. Can't stand being around these idiots any longer. Come find me the moment you hear anything.
What's up for discussion?
Commander Portier, acting marshal of the Fist. If you have a crime to report, please wait outside. We're currently at capacity.
Okay. Also, people being turned into illithids in the streets. But, yeah, no, let's... I guess that's closest. The most hopeful Western RPG setting that isn't Warcraft, because it's Warcraft. I don't think FF14 qualifies as a Western RPG, Giga. I could be wrong about that.
Doesn't matter what we think now. Oh, come on, Fist. We got urgent deliveries.
Sorry, I'm being a dick. I just thought it was funny. Because I'm like, hey, what's a good WRPG? And you're like, FF14! Tor would absolutely count. But I don't think Star Wars, especially Old Republic era, is a particularly hopeful setting. You know, funnily enough, I was leaning towards Dragon Age myself, Lord Aramon.
I swear I'm curious.
For all its messed up nature, Dragon Age is not only a game, well, 3 games that we can demonstrably make better simply by being in them and what we do, but also the setting's on its way towards becoming better. Like, the Darkspawn are a problem that can eventually be permanently eradicated. And yeah, we've got one big blight left to go. So... I mean, those are bad things, Lord Haramont, but compare and contrast other settings. Elder Scrolls is never getting any better, not as long as the Daedra exist. And the Daedra will always exist, so that setting's screwed, permanently. And then look at Witcher, and the fact that there's going to be at least one more confluence of the spheres, and all of the just monsters everywhere. Oh, that's funny, check this out. Do you see that little, do you see that cup right there? The one that's hovering? I bring that cup to your attention. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy. I bring that cup to your attention because one of the specific patch notes I saw was that they fixed that bug.
Caproot will get a minute just to sit down.
Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid. We've got rules and they will be followed.
I don't even know him, Dad.
No, I know Innocence. I know exactly what it is. It's they're hiding the NPC, but not the thing the NPC's holding. It is specifically a bug that they called out in the patch notes. See, there's the guy right there, right? But if you get the camera right, he should fade, but you notice the mug does not fade. That's a bug. And again, it's a bug. I'm just gonna pull up the patch notes now because nobody listens to me apparently. Okay, where's the news? Where's the news?
What's that? Why is my beverage crunchy?
That would be funny if they only fixed that bug in cutscenes. Where's the patch notes? I was just looking at them.
Some bloody peace and quiet. We need to get more
I swear, all of this for a booze town. Only a couple of hundred.
Hang on, here we go, here we go. You're right. They only fixed it during dialogues. That's funny. Fixed items like bugs and newspapers floating in the air during dialogues. The characters holding them were correctly hidden, but the items weren't. There you go. Apparently, fixing that in general was just beyond them. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be harsh. It's just, screw them. Alright, so, let's see if we can save this stupid kid. It's a really minor issue, and I'm not, like, holding anything to it. It's just funny to me.
Someone piss on the floor again? No pissing or shitting. If you break it, you pay for it. Any fighting and Captain Grizzly will shank you. Got it?
It's good to establish some base rules.
Good. Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid.
Cool. Now, hang on.
If you're here to complain that the booze tastes like piss, I know. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm here about the missing girl.
Gods above. Not again. You pull a knife on me like the last one and you're getting a boot, you hear?
Who pulled a knife on you?
That woman, Lara, Laura, whatever her bloody name is. She was screaming her head off about some kid. Tore the place apart. Bloody disturbing. Captain Grizzly had to clock her in the end. Threw her out on her arse. Good riddance.
Okay. So that's not helpful. Oh yeah, Larian Studios, last I checked, is privately owned. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure Sven Vinke, I can't do pronunciations, is still the owner of the company. As far as the licensing deal, to my knowledge, we don't know the specifics.
Maybe I'll have just one more.
Do this, Bruno. Do that. Can't Bruno get a minute just to sit down? Cut their throats and beat them back.
Okay, so hang on. Oh yeah, no, they've... I would be shocked if they didn't make enough money on this to, you know, manage Loner. Even though Wizards of the Coast is probably raking in too much money because of this game, and I'm going to say it that way. The fact of the matter is, I'm pretty sure Larian is still going to get enough of the share to be able to keep the doors open. Yes, we met our stepbrother and killed him. Again. Nope, sorry. Again. My bad.
For a boost.
I'm Googling this. Give me a second. Listen, John. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
The blushing maid it comes.
Unless the maid is on fire, shove off. Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh,
Bloody grizzly. This is damn slavery.
Don't you dare puke on your uniform.
See you around, Von Falkenstein. We may not even reach the outro because this is just a thing.
You've gone and done it now.
He's a big boy, supposedly. Not like I forced it down his neck.
Always the way. No one fixes anything unless it hurts them personally.
Married?
We'll never finish it, Evo. You're stuck here forever.
Oh, please.
Or, no, it's up here, it's up here. Hey, Lizelle, could you unlock this, please? Thank you.
Something over there.
Snowstorms inside the house, blood weeping from the windows. Now the cat is vomiting up frogs. The poor man had a bloody heart attack from the shock. I know you're trying to fight back against hags or whatever, and that's great, but honestly, I can't risk the neighborhood just because you were stupid enough to piss off a hag. Keep your rent. I want you out tomorrow. Attention! Have you been hexed by a hag? Lost a loved one to a deal? You're not alone. Join the other survivors of hag treachery. Speaking of species that should honestly just stop existing in this setting. Can we just genocide all the hags? And they're all gone. That would probably be an overall good thing.
We're lost, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm curious how much they did spend on the voice acting budget. It's more than it should be, Blade Traval. So what you're saying, Evo, is you have just volunteered for the job of manually deciding if any exceptions exist and then saving those exceptions. So, here's the list of people. It's a few billion strong. Let me know when you're done.
Those absolutists love mind control.
Don't you know there's a
Although I do agree, what happened to Gan's mom was trouble. I don't remember a hag in Planescape Torment.
Dead on their feet. Everything and leave. We need to stand up.
Credit salt can stop hag magic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There'll always be an excuse.
Hey, Lizelle, could you open the door, please? Thank you.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
And leave our leader, the one who saved us, behind. No. My honor won't allow it.
What was that? I heard a noise.
I'm here to kill you.
An intruder! These people are under my protection. I'll not let you harm them. Hearken to my words, wicked creature. Return to the pit of evil from whence you came.
Okay. I have to. I will eat your soul.
head back to your mistress, you wretched scum.
Yeah, and that's why I saved, because they're too stupid to realize I'm obviously joking. But yes, illithids don't make illithids are xenomorphs. What comes out? Yes, Rendoka. What comes out changes based on what they go into, what they go through. Like the specific species changes the specific variant, just like xenomorphs. I mean, I don't even have to point to all the evidence that the Upper City is you know, the fact that they've admitted that the Upper City is cut content, or the reverse engineering or data mining, which has pointed to the Upper City being cut content. All I have to point to is the Upper City, which was being showcased, what was it, just a month and a half ago at this point? It's one of the only preview videos I actually watched of this game, because I was trying to, you know, no mention it. And I happened to watch that one, and they were talking about the Upper City, and they showed off quite a bit of it. It looked rather complete. It's not in the game.
Hearken to my words, wicked creature.
Calm down. I seek no trouble.
Don't listen. Who knows what spells it weaves around us? Quickly, cleric.
Helm, protector of all, grant me the power to ignite this creature's flesh and burn its bones to ash. Begone, monster. Your hag mother holds no power here.
Ah, yeah, we dealt with a hag too. Also, yeah, Helm's job isn't to protect. I hate to just drop that on you. But, you know.
Wait! Clyde smells no lie.
Then you speak truth. You fought a hag before. At ease, everyone. We may have found ourselves an ally. Forgive the paranoia. We're being hunted by a vile and wicked hag. We feared you, her minion. She's already hexed one of us, and any of us could be next.
Why is she hunting you?
Because we dared to do the impossible. We dared to fight back. You see, all of us here have fallen victim to a hag's vicious ways. But instead of succumbing to despair, we rose above it. Thanks to Mayrina, our leader. Together, we've been helping others who've suffered at the claws of a hag. Only, Mayrina's been hexed by the very hag who now hunts us.
Mayrina! It's good to see if she's still going. Look, Solar Galax, I'm just saying, this is actually devil armor, thank you.
You're the one that saved her. The one that ventured to the depths of Ethel's lair. I can hardly believe it. You look so... normal. By Helm, perhaps there is hope. If anyone can help Mayrina, it's you. She's upstairs. But be warned. She's not as you remember her.
I look normal? I look normal?
With haste. Seeks the power to defend these innocents against the hag.
No. Wouldn't want that.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whatever.
Convenient, you showing up like this. You may have the others fooled, but I shall be keeping a close eye on you.
Alright. Ignore that shape. It's fine. Her wisdom is 17. Her int is 11.
The hag is evil incarnate. Hell, let us not fall. I'm more worried about what
Well, there's your husband. And there's her. And there's a doll. Well, we have speak with animals, so... Hey, Gray. Hey, Marina, it's me.
Listen to me. The doll. The doll.
Ah, doll. Got it.
The doll. Find the doll.
It's okay. She's gonna have a kid now. Hey, Shadowheart.
Blades always sharp.
Do you like...
Onward.
Go over here.
Ever onward.
You removed my hex.
I thought so.
That's annoying. I wanted to play a little longer. Auntie likes her toys broken. She's not going to be happy I had to get my hands dirty. How cute. I see why Auntie has her eye on you.
Auntie Ethel's dead.
Want to hurt Auntie? They have the book. I will die before I let anyone touch a hair on her head.
I'm just tell the hag I'm coming for her.
The others I will leave to rot in this house. But you, I will gift Auntie your corpse wrapped in your own intestines.
That's gross. So can we go downstairs to fight the people who are... Oh, God.
Onward then.
Oh my God, we're not even in combat. There we go. Now we're in combat. In the wrong place. It would Triaxia. Like, you'd think they'd just have scrolls of talk with animals lying around, right? I'm a little busy right now, Evo, but, I mean, sure, yeah, we could do that at some point. Yeah, Speak with Dead would also help a lot. What?
My faith will protect me.
What? Okay, sure. I don't want you to sound arrogant, but this is a little below my pay grade. Why is this the song that's playing for this fight?
Best be on my way.
Swift and lethal. I will not know failure.
Interesting. That was a red cap. Yeah, that tracks. Yes, go, my undead husband. Nice one there. I thought about it, Dr. Winter. What's up, Redcap? You're level 5? I'm amazed you have as much HP as you do. That's dead.
Treacherous prick! Can't afford to let up.
Jesus, Dakota. That took no time at all. What's the level cap in Wrath of the Righteous? It's okay, as long as it's not those stupid spiders. 20? Really? Wow. That's honestly surprising. Way lower than I was expecting. 40 is closer to what I was expecting.
Can't even catch my breath.
In fact, what was the level cap in Hordes of the Underdark? For comparison point.
On my way.
Because I know it was above 20. Can we get on with this before these crabs actually manage to kill some of these people? Jesus, Karlak.
Incoming.
Connor. My lord. That lying, thieving, scaly little shit. Thanks for knifing the bastard.
You never cleaned up your makeup?
That makes twice you've saved me. I'm starting to think you're my guardian angel.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you again.
You too. I've come a long way since we last met. Decided I was sick and tired of feeling stupid, helpless. So I decided I wasn't going to be a victim anymore. This group is made of survivors. People like me who've been hurt by hags. I brought them together to fight back. We tracked a hag to the city, but lost her trail. Right after she snatched a little girl.
Yep. You were probably wondering why we're doing a hag quest when we were going to rescue a kid. Well... Any leads on the missing girl?
None. Her mother has no idea of what she's up against. Poor woman thinks the Fist will be able to help her. The moment I started investigating the missing girl, I felt the hag's eye on me. Next thing, I was sprouting wool and bleating up a storm.
So, this is Laura.
That's her! And she vanished in the maid. That sounds like a lead. We'll do what we can to find the girl, but our chances are a lot higher with you on our side. Check the safe in the back. I've done my homework on hags since we last tangled with Ethel. Take whatever you need. I know it by heart anyway.
Thanks.
Moving ahead.
I'm sorry, Connor. I'm so sorry.
Why? Connor's right there. He's fine. Seriously, he's fine. What's the issue here? I mean, he's a, you know, an undead. So I guess there are issues at the stake here, but, you know.
How are you feeling, Connor?
Signs.
What's in here?
Same as usual.
270, actually, Sinead.
Good, I guess.
Things happen when Clegg panics.
Oh my god. Okay, well, let's make some Epicat. There it is, Hagsbane. Any essence? Yeah, alright, let's extract all. Make the damn thing. Hey, we can make the damn thing. Hagsbane. It's a grenade. Go ahead and just
Helps me.
save for no reason.
Clegg panic.
Careful, Connor.
Stay close.
Alright, back to the mermaid. Which is up there.
Close.
Probably closest to just run from here.
And if you keep talking the way you're talking, the fist.
Hang on, what is Marina's health? Or int? 10! Along with her strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, and charisma. And her AC. She also has 5 health. Yes. I would say the definition of average, but I've given my opinion on that before.
You want a drink? Let's get one for you.
I need to pick up the new Baldur's mouth.
We could be fired for
Hope
this.
it's about Gortash.
Ah, sure.
This used to be such a beautiful city. Just one more drink.
I do love the fact that, you know, illithids are being turned to the street, but no, we're good. Let's take our time here. We probably don't even have a timer. Not that I'm complaining about that, it's just funny to me. There it is.
Can't a captain be bloody hungover in peace? Oh. Why, hello there. Captain Grizzly at your service. What can I do for a long drink of water like yourself?
I will not have sex with you. Looking for a missing girl. Bonra.
Oh, not this claptrap again. Listen, Laura was here, all right? Knocking back pints like there's no tomorrow. But she was alone. I saw head nor ass of this so-called kid, and when we tried to kick her out, she pulled a knife on my front man. Bet she didn't tell you that bit, huh?
So if her daughter isn't here, where is she?
Not a notion. But not a soul has seen this so-called Vanra of hers, myself included. Look, I know Laura from my pirating days. She ran with Bart Blackdagger's crew. Heard they tossed her overboard when she gutted the bosun over a game of cards. Now, I'd no beef with her before this. All are welcome in the maid. But threatening my staff, claiming we took her kid, she's bonkers. Dangerous. Next time she pulls a knife on me and mine, someone might die. Something has to be done.
Let's get on with it.
I wish I had true sight. Ah, well. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Gods! Do I have to spell it out for you? There is no child. Laura is mad as a box of frogs. She's dangerous. And I couldn't call myself a captain if I stood by and did nothing. I hate that it's come to this, but I'll pay a hoard of gold to whoever scuppers her. Permanently.
So, you are willing to offer me 3,000 gold? Let me give you a little tip. This is true in real life as well as in fiction. If someone's willing to overpay you for a job, don't take that job. Because while it's possible it's legit, that is the least likely probability by far. It is more likely that either A, they don't expect to pay you, or B, it's a load of hogwash. Take your pick.
Oh, you're no fun. I wanted you to stain your soul with the blood of an innocent mother.
Oh, well,
Guess I'll just decorate the room with your insides. They'll match my new carpet beautifully.
Yeah, lore shock.
Hello, Petal. Miss me?
I killed you.
Did you think you were the first? That I didn't plan for it, Petal? Marina ran off with the child I was promised. Because of you. So I had to find myself a new one. And little Vanra was so very tasty.
You're a monster.
Oh, Petal. She'll thank me for it. Vanra sits in my belly, growing fat with power. In time, I'll vomit her up and have myself a fresh young hag to train.
That's how hags procreate, Eva.
Unfortunately, that leaves me in a pickle. For while I'd love to rip your guts out, I shouldn't. Exertion is bad for the baby, you know. So, walk away. Walk away and let me a fine hag make.
I hate hags.
Or what? You'll kill me, touch me, and the girl dies. And I'll simply return, stronger than ever. A woman in my condition should be relaxing in the bath, not dealing with this nonsense. I'll leave you to my crew, matey. And should you somehow survive, stay away, or Vanna will suffer.
I hate hags. I'm not really joking. Hags should just be wiped out. Just wiped out. With exceptions. There's always exceptions, but still. Can we just etch-a-sketch them? And yeah, Takoida is quite correct. We should have the option to just attack her ass, but whatever.
Raggedy fallback! Time to die!
Interesting, Dr. Winter. I didn't even notice that.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hello, Raven King.
I am fury. I am death.
That's a good question, Evo. What would happen if you had the Hag Eye at this point? Anybody know? Anybody done that? Like, I kind of doubt it, because we're at the point where you would have to do 2 separate quests in a specific way to even get to this point. And we're at the end of the game.
Cut! Make all the whole blood!
Yeah, but like, maybe there's a dialogue czar or something similar.
Nothing important.
Like, yeah, you've got my eye still. Cackle, cackle. Oh, absolutely, Trihexia. You probably didn't notice it, but there was an Arcana check we could have succeeded at, which we failed at. And since you can't re-roll checks that happen in dialogue, interesting oversight, by the way.
Act fast.
We never got a chance to fix that.
No mercy.
You done wasting my time.
Down the hatch.
Careful again. I was hoping she found some remote bog to rot in.
Are you right?
Well, the city's been a shock to them after all that time.
Breathe deep and move.
Where in the hell's this whistle?
Truthfully, I think the setting would be better off without them in it, Solar Galax, but I wouldn't rob other people of that. For lack of a better way to phrase that.
It's been a long day. Better stop to rest soon.
Probably, Loke. Really? You want me to rest now? How did she survive? You know, truthfully, I don't know. Most books I've read about hags, including something I was checking just a few seconds ago, are really vague on the specific powers of hags. So, GM Fiat, as the saying usually goes.
Eager for battle.
Yeah, Raven King. Why wasn't there? I mean, there are actually modern Spelljammer campaigns. Now, they suck, but they exist. As a video game? Yeah, why not? You could turn to me and say, I want to make a video game about playing a slice of bread, and we could probably make that. And I know that because we have. I don't think there's such a thing as can't be turned into a video game in the modern era. Interesting. Have you not played the I Am Bread, Evo? Or heard of it? Yeah, there's also the Untitled Goose Game.
That's curious.
Overall subject. Yeah, do me a favor, Google it really quick. 'Cause it's more or less exactly what you're picturing right now.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
At least things have stayed interesting. Can't slow down. No doubt about it. This is where the hag must be.
Looks like a trap there.
Of course there's tons of traps, and of course it's gross. Does it have to be? There's the captain, the real captain. I have read that it's bugged at the moment, that we can't save the real captain.
Better be cautious.
I'm not even gonna try. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go.
Thank you. Thank you for making me beautiful.
Yeah, we're just gonna deal with her. Again.
Staying out of sight. Attack her. Trap. Just as I expected.
Well, the real Captain Grizzly's dead, because I don't care at this point in my life. I'm just gonna get on with this. Go kill us a hag. Actually, paint dry.
Need to find a way forward.
How would I turn watching paint dry into a game?
Oh, the big tough hero finally showed up. I told you, Petal, you can't hurt me without killing little Vanra. I have you beat, so do the heroic thing. Die!
Wait, that's the heroic thing?
help, Auntie.
You dare challenge Grizzly, captain of the
The witch is the witch, I will
slit you from head to heel.
Okay, that sucks. She is level 11. No, the mask thing. She pulled in the ads. Oh, gotcha, Dr. Winter.
Don't be reckless. Kill the hag and you kill the child.
I know what I'm doing. Go deal with the trash, would you, Liesel? They're innocents. I beyond caring. I am beyond caring. They're dead. Moving on.
I won't give in.
Yeah, they're dead. The end. Moving on. Yeah. Because I only have one shot of this, I should save. That's true, I guess we could non-lethal them. But it's too late! They're dead! They're dead! They're just so dead. It's okay, I don't have the Dark Urge anymore, so I have no one to blame but myself.
What did you... Stay down, Vanra! Ugh.
Gross.
Ah! You cost me afresh, young hag! I'm going to paint the wall with your guts, you little shit stain!
Get out of here, Vanra. I'll wait, because you're not in combat. Okay, cool. So. Yeah, no you. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's just get another save. Just in case! Just for the heck of it. Just for the heck of it.
Let's finish this. Heading there.
No, I saw the shrooms, and we're gonna deal with them. They even have an ability called Healing Pearl. At the start of its turn, the mushroom regains all its hit points unless some effect prevents it from restorative healing. Which, she has lair magic going on right now. Jeez, frickin' hags. Okay, whatever. That's a lot of help, too.
Oh, shut the Imperial's teeth! I swear.
Did thou mother sex a plague rat?
I mean, I get the idea behind lair effects, and I think a proper usage of lair effects and legendary effects can make for some interesting boss battles. No, we already dealt with Baconia. If you could even call it that. I didn't give it a plus or a negative, because it was just there. It was such a nothing burger quest. Hey, here's Baconia, she's evil. Alright, she's dead. Or, hey, here's Baconia, she's evil. Join her! And that's it. Remember Baconia? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Here. Well, non-lethal. that again. That's for you. Yeah, she's about as much of a character as Cave Bear, with about as much impact.
Come on. Can't stay idle. You'll be stronger than ever.
My faith will protect me. On my way.
I mean, I like what they did with Jaheira, and I don't know if you remember this, Django, but I hated Jaheira back in Baldur's Gate 2. And they did Minx properly, and credit where credit is due on that front. But Bakoni and Saravok were awful. Would you stop existing? I don't know. Most people I know would never live up to the heights of being Elminster's scrotum. It's true, Dakota. Hi. So, yeah, I'm a hasted fighter in melee range. Yeah, he was petrified, Gigapudding, for a century. Or she's dead? Well, the captain's dead, and, that, you know, that sucks and all.
Bloody clever clogs!
So, you know, captain's dead. Well, she had a burning effect from something. I'm not sure what. We don't really do burning damage. And she burned to death when she was at 1 HP when she was non-lethal. So... Don't provoke it. We might save one of these people. Maybe.
What now?
You know what? Do that while we're here.
I'm ready.
That's true, Evo. We're up to yet another storyline. Alright, so... I think he has way too much health. Hey, Salvacum. Okay. It would, Lord Harriman. I actually agree with that. Alright, let's try just focus firing the hag. I thought, you know, we have to go for the mushrooms, but maybe not? I don't know.
Brainworm in a blink.
Listen, I know you're a hag and all, but honestly, you are below my pay grade at this point. So... Non-lethal.
Taste my fury.
Damn it, she's a medium creature. Of course she's a medium creature. Whatever. Fungal resurrection. Oh, it's timed.
Taking position.
That's interesting.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Yeah, no, so we do actually have to kill these things. How the hell? Alright, that's irritating. Yeah, I kept expecting to fight large things, Dr. Winter, and I keep being wrong. Credit's due. I'm wrong.
I'm coming for you.
It does, Savacom, yes. Yeah, what kind of scrolls do we have? Hands, Speak of Dead, Sleep, Strong Hand. Where's our big scrolls? What do we got on the biggest scrolls? We have Planar Binding, Wall of Ice, Sunbeam, Circle of Death.
Let's end this.
So I thought I could split up a bit to do this, but it looks like I actually have to do the exact opposite of that and group up to deal with this. So let's group up to deal with this, shall we?
Keep going.
The Elder Brain is medium-sized. No! Alright, Fire Elemental, go, like, deal with her. Just kinda...
I am fury. I am death.
Hey, Hasted Fighter, could you kill this mushroom, please? Now, if the mushrooms all have to die in the same round, that's awful.
Wanted my growth seen to, Petal, it wouldn't be you I'd call.
You know, that's fair, Gray. That's on me. I'll give you that.
Make way.
Let's just start working this down.
Can't even catch my breath.
Inch by bloody inch.
Don't waste a step.
You know, I'm not sure, Blade Jamal. Hey, we saved one person. No, we saved two people. We just didn't save the named. Because she burned to death after she went down. I don't actually have a lot for you to do, so just head this way.
Give up.
True hero! Yay! Camera? Okay. How much health has it got left? 33. I mean, she only died while unconscious on fire. So... probably didn't really feel much. Oh yeah, also a prisoner in her own mind, on top of everything else. So that's cool.
Victory awaits.
Got to be kidding me.
What should I do?
Okay, fine. Cancel the blade barrier. 2 down.
Fungi are worth 1,000 of you, peasant.
On the move.
I mean, while we're here, I might as well get some hot shots of her.
Bloody clever clogs.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Invocate.
Well, it's funny, because sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, Zacta. Depends on whatever the writers feel like, I think.
Got to focus. Heading there.
We're gonna be here a minute. Well, I got to wrap my niece's birthday presents. That was nice, everybody. Also finished all the tax-related stuff I had to do, and the audit is completely up to date. So, like, if we beat the game right now, I could finish up the audit in just a few minutes, rather than, you know, having to sit here for half an hour and get caught up.
I'm fury. I am death. Taking possession.
I hope to finish the game tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Not my mushrooms.
The odds of us beating the game today are, from what I have been told, low. We'll see. I am trying to get through this quest as quickly as possible. I am failing at that, but I am trying. Let's do... If you're aware of yourself, then yeah, that's how that works. We'll find out, Evo. I mean, you haven't beaten the game either, right? So we're kind of wandering into uncertain territory here.
Bloody clever clogs. Oh, where could I be?
Come on. No, I was told there's 2 more quests, and we're doing both of them. And this is it. Even if there are other quests, I've reached the point where I'm not sure I care.
No time to waste.
I don't mind doing these quests. These are actually pretty good quests, and honestly, we'll have to wrap up our secondary quests, positives and negatives, after this. But...
time to push my luck again.
Where is this twit? That's a good question, Gray. Very good question. I naturally have an answer for you, prepped and ready to go. It's definitely not going to be a conversation when we get there. There she is.
clogs.
If there are any, Maverick, I don't know about them. I am eager to get to the Dragon Age. As weird as this is going to sound, the Dragon Age I'm most looking forward to is 2. Don't mistake me, I enjoy Origins and I anticipate it'll be a fun experience. But we've never reviewed 2 on any system at all. So...
Can't give up. Not now.
We're walking into totally unknown territory, and I am quite curious how 2 will view. Sign of fire. Not you, kid. You're fine. You're Vanra, right? Your mother sent me.
Mommy!
It's, okay.
Still alive. So that's progress.
So, whatever. Oh, it'll get no slack from me, Gigapudding. None at all. We do look kind of terrifying. That's actually very valid.
Never wanted the easy path.
Oh god, hinterlands. We're debating how to handle hinterlands still. Alright, so back up to here, I think? Yeah, close enough. Although, actually, no, it's not. We should go over... Well, no, I guess this is kind of as close as we're getting. Alright, fine, whatever. Go. So for Origins, the build I was most leaning towards was doing a ranged archer spec. While we've done that before, it allows us several options with regards to our Origins. No, Wandering Doll! No more quests! No more quests, please, I'm begging you. Oh god, oh god.
We got urgent deliveries to make.
That way we aren't locked into the mage origin. We'll of course show off all the origins, that's whatever. And we could just do a mage origin, but...
Hold still, citizen. Initiating scans and stuff.
Like how they're still playing at the temple guard guys who don't exist anymore.
Did I hear screaming just
I'm not going to play a melee. I'd rather rip out my own teeth than play a melee in Dragon Age Origins again. I hate playing melee in that game, so... Turbo, no. So the only builds I will willingly accept doing a full playthrough of Origins are Mage or Archer. And we've done Mage, so let's do Archer. That's the logic there. Come on, game.
Do you hear those noises coming out?
Can you be a Mage Archer? Not really.
It ain't so bad.
When it comes to 2, there's several options, but we're gonna play a Mage. And when it comes to Inquisition, we're gonna play a Mage.
Well, plenty don't even have that, have they? What about all those refugees?
And happy.
What a Baldur. You want them flooding in here, driving down our way.
We could play a Mage in Origins. No, it's okay, it's okay. It's just... Oh, for God's sakes. No, come back. Game? It's because NPCs are automatically afraid of pets. Which I'm willing to say is a bug. Because it's a non-stop issue.
Connor. She's dead, isn't she? Ethel is dead.
It's funny you say that, Lord Harrowmont, because everyone I've heard says it's the best. I'm not saying I disagree with you, I'm just saying... Ugh. So, yeah, she's dead.
Yes! Fuck you, Ethel, you miserable old bat! Fuck you for telling me I'd be an awful mom. That was nothing but a pregnant half-wit. Oh, and the girl? You saved her too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
The gods! You hear that, Connor? Ethel is dead. Oh, you didn't change back. You're still a zombie.
You
I
thought
thought with Ethel gone. Never mind. I'll find another way to turn you back. Somehow.
Marina. He's dead. He's been dead for a very long time.
I know. Damn it. I know. Connor. I love you. I've loved you since we were kids. And you picked me bluebells and asked me to the summer fair. But you're gone. And this thing isn't you. Not anymore.
I'm sorry that I don't have a true resurrection.
Not everyone can be saved. I learned that lesson from Ethel. I just needed you to remind me. Here. Thank you for killing Ethel. But I'd like you to go now. I'll be fine. I know I'm stronger than this. I just need some time.
It feels brave and happy. This is a good feeling.
I'm going to assume she's up here, Dr. Winter, but either way, the answer is no.
Seems like a good moment to talk. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yes, I did know this. And she was extraordinarily ungrateful. I almost killed her. She's in her home. Hang on.
Forgive me, I have the most pounding of headaches. If you have any issues, one of my subordinates will see to you.
You're welcome. Alright, she's in her home, which is... right over here. Actually on the map. I wasn't expecting it to be. A lot of side quests or not. Yeah, Withers, I've got gold. I got gold.
I promise. That's right. Mummy is here.
You don't have to look at it, you know.
Why'd you make it so big then?
Out of my price range.
When it comes to magical protection, I'd really spare no expense.
How, Dakota?
You hungry, sweet girl? You brought her back. You brought back my sweet, sweet girl.
The hag was a problem anyways.
It was everything. I'll never forget it. Here. A token from the pirate life I left behind. Thank you for being braver than half this city put together. We could go for a walk. Would you like that? Mummy! Mummy! It's all right, Vanra. We'll stay right here.
Sounds like something you'd say if you had no idea.
God damn. That is a 1d8 plus 4. Also 1d4 necrotic. It's a plus 3 weapon. While wielded by itself, so no offhand, no shield, your crit range is reduced to 19, and you gain an additional reaction per turn. Also, on a melee hit, you can use a reaction to deal additional necrotic damage equal to your proficiency bonus. It also comes with Dueler's Enthusiasm and Challenge to a Duel. That's bonkers. That's a shame I have no use for it personally.
You hungry, sweet girl?
How about
Okay.
we bake something? You love bacon, remember?
Let's do it.
You're just mad I sell more copies than you.
I guess we could give it to ourselves. It's not like we're using anything right now. Sure.
You're just making that up on the spot.
So. I think we're going to go ahead and cut off the guessing game now. Now sounds like a good time to do it. So if you have your guesses to get in, now's the time to does it. A guessing game. It's when you guess what the golden number is going to be with regards to a given game. The person who gets it right gets to put interest towards a game of their choosing for the future. It's just a fun little thing we do. Ugh. Interesting idea, Dakota. I wonder. Nice place. A lot of rats.
Cranium rats. They swarm when an elder brain is near. We must be close to its hiding place.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let's get a long rest in before we do this. Ooh, there, game.
Let's see what this does.
I am told that he is ahead and not behind, Evo. Yep, I'm just gonna take an 8-hour nap, and the Elder Brain's like, yes! The power. Okay. Let's go ahead and chop off the guessing game. Now. Intro begin.
Pristine darkness in every direction. Silence, but for the gentle, rhythmic slap of water on rock as your vessel cuts through.
I'm vaguely surprised they never did that Wandering Doll. I mean, Dragon Age did that. Now, several games do the attack at your home thing. Mass Effect tried that. And did it in the dumbest way possible. Oh yeah, I guess they did, Evo. I honestly forgot about that. Yeah, the rest of the team's just standing in the water. Oh, Jesus. Ropers. Not ropers.
An overwhelming force pushes into your mind. The brain. It is here.
Can you smell it? The brine. It's infused with magic. The brain is here.
Hey, look, a bunch of gold.
Very well.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating. Evolving.
Okay.
Stronger than before. Much stronger.
We're close. We must be.
Lots of headless corpses around here, by the way. And lots of intellect devourers. Not that these two facts are in any way related to each other. Also, probably gross warning.
Dominated. Controlled.
Like, just statistic, yeah, there's the tendrils. Game. Game. Game.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Should mind my step.
What, the swimming thing? Go for it, Czar.
Prime spot for an ambush.
I mean, Blood Mommy was really, really gross, Giga. Lore shock.
Devour.
Soldier.
Brain punch. Of course she goes last. Whatever. I don't disagree with that, but whatever.
Well, so much for peace. Another day, another fight.
How many people have you been killing down here? Don't answer that question. And now I am leaving the earth for no reason.
On the move.
Not that I've seen, Evo, and I noticed that too. I actually have a theory on that, but shrug. My theory is that you have to do some kind of specific combination of dialogue options, which I never got, in order to actually progress the romance. Or we just skipped over triggers, which has never happened in this game. Oh, they're banelings. That's cute. Oh, was it Dr. Winter? Oh, well, that... Okay, yeah.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
How did you...
These creatures were not themselves. Corruption is in the air. It infects everything it touches.
Don't worry, there's no ultra lids in it. Ultra lids? Oh god, I forgot how to pronounce it. Mean illithids, yeah. That would be awful.
Thrall. Break control.
Could you, like, quit thinking? Honestly, I also want you to die, so I suppose that's whatever. Oh yeah, let's not talk about, I forget what they're called, but the dragon illithids. Those are much worse.
Assume nothing.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
Hey look, a regular potion of healing. That's useful loot to have in the outro game. Oh, that looks like something I want to deal with.
Execute.
It's being drained.
The brain is close.
Must be close.
Execute.
It is ready for phase 1.
Transform.
We need to get these damn things out of our head. You know, I'm not sure, Blade Javal. Considering beholders are also, you know, not
deathly silence.
Normal creatures.
The air is stale and putrid.
It's close. Have the stones ready.
Your blood slows. Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant.
Several, actually, Wandering Doll. Please don't tell me that's medium.
Why you are here. You think you can atone for giving me my power, child of Baal, by destroying me with the nether stones. You are wrong.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
Well, I do like that they give a strength intercon because you're probably going to have at least one of these, right? Amusingly, our best is con. It's fine, it's just in our head. Guidance, please. Still a DC 20. Which we failed. And game over. Hang on, no, it's... Okay. One more. Okay. Let's see what happens if we fail. We just saved.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me.
Okay, hang on. Time state powers. There we go.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
That was with guidance, too. Jesus. Alright, try again. Oh my god! There. I think we did just see what happened, Logue.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin,
Same dialogue, see?
you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended. The crown is now mine to command. Mine alone.
Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
An Elder Brain with a Netherese artifact is one of the dumbest things in the universe, but, we can also just give in to the Nether Brain now, which is, you know, one of the dumbest things we could do. Let's go with Wisdom. We have a pretty high Wisdom save. Which is good, because we needed it.
You placed the crown upon me in the depths of Moonrise Towers. And there I was born. The crown is not my weakness. It is what made me what I am. You brought the crown to me, Baldur, thinking the army I amassed with it would become yours. Your plan was devious, your cruelty unparalleled. I would have followed it were your mind not destroyed by your sister. But with you gone, the three pitiful chosen fought like children in your wake. I gave them power to harm one another with, while I crafted my design. I used the chosen, while they thought they used me. But the orders are now mine to give.
I won't allow it. Again, dominate it.
Oh, okay, so... Once again, I think Khan is our best option here. That's a 30, so we're going to give ourselves advantage on that one. I've been saving it, because you notice the DC was going up. And we roll a 20. What does the crown do? It's... God, I can't even summarize. It's a Netherese artifact. Like, you know what artifacts are, right? Now imagine an artifact of artifacts, and that's what that thing is. It is way too high tier for this game, and arguably for us.
When the parasite entered your ruined mind, you became a pawn in my design. Who do you think told the Chosen about the astral prism? Who do you think planted the knowledge of Orpheus's power and the fear of what it could do? When the Chosen sent my thralls to retrieve the prism, who do you think let the Emperor slip its leash, knowing it would be the one to bring you to me?
We were part of its plan.
I only needed one Netherstone loosened from the Chosen's grasp to guarantee my freedom. You brought all three back to me. In doing so, you have liberated me. This was your role, and it experiment is complete. Now you will witness the grand design.
That's an interesting spread there. Cons are best. Dominate the brain. But I don't want to bet it's not going to work. Since, you know, we haven't even had our final boss fight yet. And we still haven't dealt with Orpheus or the Emperor. Yeah, you notice it's a DC 99. We have to roll a 20. I'm just curious. I'm honestly curious enough to see it. Hang on. I want to see what happens if we roll a 20. It does, Dr. Winter. Hang on, Dr. Winter. Hang on. Give me a second. Chemic. What happens is nothing, apparently.
This is not over.
Remember, you can pick up to 3 things, Chemic. You don't have to pick just one. Nothing else catches your interest, Chemic? That's a shame. And it's bringing in ships. No, run. And remember, these people are all worse than dead. They're gone. So that's cool. It doesn't work that way, Chemic. The $2 is given equally to all 3 things. That's the whole point of the plural voting system. Yeah, thank you for not showing me all the details here, game. I appreciate that. I was wondering why the final dungeon sucked. Because it did.
I pulled you out just in time. The situation is worse than I thought. This is an Elder Brain. No longer. The magic of the crown has caused it to evolve.
Thanks for that, Ball. Appreciate you.
It has become something more. A nether brain.
Cool. That's very cool. That's what I wanted in my life, really. So, the stones?
I thought so too. But that was when I believed it was still an elder brain. It has been anticipating our every move from the start. I underestimated it. We will need to rethink our plan.
Well, we're in the astral plane, so we've got some time to do so. You got it. Alien oscillation. And Phantom Liberty. Is that the DLC or the show? So yeah, speaking of that hammer... Listen, Emperor, I do legitimately appreciate what you just did. That's the DLC. Thank you, Kemek, for the sub. I do appreciate what you just did, Emperor. But honestly, you're probably going to try and force me into something I absolutely am not okay with. And you've never been my ally, and you certainly are not my friend. So...
Have to keep going.
Hey, Lizelle, I need you to equip something really quick here. Thanks.
Quickly, then.
We don't know Orpheus, but it's okay. We have time rewinding powers.
There are important matters to discuss.
Right, yeah, of course.
His power will see us through. One last time. Do not seek me again. We are done. You will live with the consequences of your actions for the little time you have left.
Well, he just pieced out immediately.
We must break Prince Orpheus free.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
You freak of Illithid. You destroyed a Githyanki creche, and you slaughtered my honor guard.
Yep.
Nonetheless, it seems we must be allies.
Your Majesty, the Prince of the Comet, Gith's true heir. It is an honor.
Do not patronize me. You rejected the Illithid when it no longer suited your needs. No doubt you freed me because it suits you now. I will neither forgive nor forget your abuse of my powers.
Abuse? Look, that's a really stupid statement. Without your powers, we would have worse than died.
That is true. And it would have been the honorable outcome for one destined to become Geik. You had the opportunity to surrender yourself to my honor guard. They would have given you a noble end. They would have freed me, and I would have stopped the Elder Brain before it evolved into a Nether Brain. All that suffering, avoidable, were it not for the choices you made.
I was clearly misled. What do we do now?
We will destroy the Netherbrain together, and put a stop to this nascent empire before it expands into the stars. The Geik was correct about one thing. The Netherbrain's power is beyond us. The hardest metal in the world would not cut through its mind, for it is made of thought itself. At this point, it will take an Illithid to unleash the full potential of the Netherstones.
No. Absolutely not. No.
Wait. Maybe you don't have to. It should be me.
Why you?
I'm dying. My heart feels like a live grenade. Gonna blow any minute. You still have a life to live. I don't. If this is the end for me, let me be the motherfucker who saved the world.
You will be worse than dead, Karlach. Like, you no afterlife, no nothing. Gone. I know. In character, we don't know that. But no.
Just as I was free, I will do it. I will become Illithid. I will sacrifice my soul for my people. I will end the grand design.
My prince, you cannot. This is not your burden to bear.
Okay, apparently the option is him or us, or Karlach. Probably Astarion, too. Or the Emperor. All of these choices suck! I'm shocked at how much all these choices suck. That's right, we should make Will do it. Hey, Will. You got it! I don't care.
The Netherbrain will be only too pleased to claim me.
My prince, no!
Even in my darkest hours, I knew it was my destiny to save my people. I could never have imagined this would be the way. Give Tavkim crushed.
And he's worse than dead.
The Netherbrain and finish this. Once the grand design is ended, kill me. It is the very least you can do.
Well, we did it. We freed Orpheus.
It's time for us to meet our fates and end this Illithid nightmare.
I noticed there's still no answer for the bugs in our brains, by the way.
Consider me intrigued.
Just
all right.
While we're on the subject.
Dream in red.
Who, Evo? I don't think the game remembers who that is, or acknowledges that we have kept him alive twice. Probably exploit it. Stutter, stutter. See, that's why I had to come up with my own word for it, Lord Harriman. In most settings, death is not the end. But cessation is, by definition, the end. So... roll your eyes if you must, but it doesn't change my statement from being any less accurate.
Chris! You held the future of the people in your hands!
Boss.
How dare you take our prince from us!
Boss.
How dare you parade around this abomination!
Boss.
Silence your blasphemous tongue, Voss!
Voss! Give Kartav Keen crushed!
What?
Stand down! The true heir has spoken.
No. It can't be.
Yeah.
Orpheus. My prince. What's become of you?
The grand design must be ended. A sacrifice had to be made.
I ain't doing that.
Duty fell to me. I am not long for this world, or any other.
What of Vlaakith? What of our liberty?
You underestimate your own people. Their imaginations have kept the name Orpheus alive for millennia. Bring them my message. Tell them my fate. Some will doubt. Some will mock. But some will listen. And the spark will be lit.
Translation, status quo. I need your help, Voss.
Find your nerve, my friend. Today, we strike at the brain. This champion holds the key to the grand design's end. Answer to him as you would to me.
Don't
Your
you?
Majesty.
I have spoken.
As you wish. I stand at the ready.
Your friendship, your constancy. When I fell to despair, they elated me.
Camera?
Thank you, my friend. Shavazai.
Shavazai.
Now, to the Netherbrain. Let it be the first victim in the war for the skies.
Oh, there it is. We have allies. We even have a sub from Hive King. Thank you, Hive King. Very much. As always and ever, if you want to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. The end of Act 2 was kind of awesome. Probably helped by the Shadowheart quest right before it, which was very awesome. Honestly, probably the highlight of the whole game so far, for me. Which is funny, because it was mostly a deep personal story, but, you know, whatever. No kidding, Lord Aramont. Jesus. Cute. How did they get it down there to begin with? Random question. I know.
We have lost much already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand. For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city.
Who are you?
It is more than a place of opportunity for those of mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends, loved ones, and adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for... You're late, friend. This is the one you spoke of.
That is indeed the one who purged my home of a terrible evil. My father, Ketheric. There's no one I'd trust more to protect this city.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flayer.
Appearances may change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it travelleth. Friends. This mind flayer will fight with thee. It will save thy city and thy lives.
The Fist eyes your illithid ally with suspicion, softening to curiosity. His hostility melting at the recognition that there's more behind those eyes than malice.
My steel is yours.
I'm sorry.
I'm not alone.
Who are you?
You helped me once. I figured it's time I paid you back. With magic.
My Iron Hand gnomes brought enough explosives to level the upper city. Just show us where we're needed.
But...
You've unexpected friends.
What? Huh?
My debt to you still stands.
What?
The Iron Hand gnome's firepower is yours to command. Just show us where it's needed.
The Moon Maiden's silver light is a shield in dark times. Today, it is mine to wield.
And I hold her sword.
There you are.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
You can count on me, little rabbit, and your squiddy friend. I thirst for the hunt.
I made some improvements to Ramesses' arcane artillery. Give the word and the sky falls on any who stand in your way.
I'm in the mood to crack some skulls after that fuckery in the Temple of Baal. The City Watch will be glad to oblige me.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flare, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your resolve.
The journey has been brutal, but I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
I want my city back. And I've brought the toughest bastards from the guild to get the job done. My people have never hunted a monster this large. They are eager to join the fray.
All the strength of the lands we healed flows through me, and from me to you. And whatever company you keep.
Nature's servant awaits.
Glad to have you with us. And not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes are on you. They're expecting a speech, something to stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead.
I don't like any of these. Yeah, seriously. For Frodo. By the way, best final speech I've ever heard in fiction. That's not a joke. Although it wouldn't be quite as powerful if not for the build-up to it, but I stand by that statement. We'll go with the generic one. Embrace your courage. Let it guide you through battle. Don't give in to fear.
Well said. We'll prepare ourselves. We'll be ready when you call upon us. Balduran's grace be with you.
Who are you?
I'm glad you're here. The Illithid, too. Though it'll take some getting used to.
I don't even know what that is, Lord Aramon. So, yeah. So, final dungeon. Of course, the final dungeon is Baldur's Gate itself. I know who Sanderson is. Not a fan personally, but definitely a very prolific author. My mother likes him.
Dragons! Overhead! Stay low!
Fall back! Fall back!
Matthew!
Leave him be! We have to keep running!
Well, it's been the whole game. It's time to start fighting illithids, I think. You're running the wrong way.
Mind Flayer! Mind Flayer!
It's over.
He's frightened of your illithid ally, but the very fact it hasn't killed him on sight gives him reason to pause. Can the rumors be true? Is this really the Mind Flayer who could save the city?
That's a fast rumor chain. So, persuasion check. Guidance. Yeah, rumors. Okay.
You see his mind racing through its options, finding only one. Against all his better judgment, it's you and your Mind Flayer.
Remarkable. Never in all my life did I think to fight alongside a Mind Flayer. Oh, we go back in there, we die. We flee, we last half a day at best. Shit! If this is it, then gods damn it, let's make it count. City Watch, with me! We'll follow you to our last breaths.
While within 60 feet of Prince Orpheus, the affected enemy has resistance to psychic damage and +3 to saving throws. We also have Rallied, 30 temporary hit points. We also have Volo's Guide to Monsters, +2 to attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. We also have Spirit of the Land, +1 to all ability scores, and additional 7 feet of movement speed. I think we missed one in there. Yeah, Weave Walker. Arabella's favor grants freedom of movement. Cool. I do, it's right here. We can summon Iron Hand Grenadiers, Gur Hunt Wardens, Silver Harp Squadron, Guildmaster Keen's Fixers, Hellrider Platoon, The Watch, Balm of the Moon Maiden, Sword of the Silverlight, Hellstalker Yrgir, Roland's Firestorm, and the Kithraki Inferno. Can only use these once ever. Let's go kill some illithids and get on with this. We also have Psionic, we also have, Divine Intervention still, yeah. That's a lot of crap. Oh, sorry. That specific ability is once ever. The Kithraki Inferno. Also, speaking of which, the artillery is also once per Inferno. Or once per Inferno, once per adventure. The rest are whenever, per combat. Can't be summoned again, however, if killed in combat. Yeah, then the Harpers arrive. No! Oh, thank God the Harpers are dead. Whew.
Say bye-bye.
Damn it, their Harper's still alive. We've got to fix that. No matter the cost.
Survival is all that matters.
That's a really good question, Dakota, because, yeah, it's really easy to have only one party member at this point.
Time to press ahead.
I will ascend.
It's a roll of cheese. Yeah, probably. Not roll a 1. Oh, you also have the wrong weapon equipped. Remind me to fix the weapon. At some point. It's fine for now, but, like, we probably want to fix that. Ooh, cheese illithid. So much crap. There's just so much to slog through. Oh man, look at that stutter.
Make way.
Oh, the camera actually is being weird here. There we go. Oh, oh. It's a spectator. I suppose it is.
In her name!
Hey, look, a bunch of illithid powers. I honestly figured you couldn't even use the allies against the boss. So that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, but like, usually it doesn't work on the boss. To use a direct example, Dragon Age Origins. They're there for the city battles, not for the final boss.
Your sacrifice!
It's probably gross, Giga. I would guess in the matter. Apparently you can summon against the Archdemon. Interesting. Ignore me. I've played that game like 6 or 7 times all the way through. Never knew that. That's funny. We'll have to test that. I mean, you're right at this point, Colgrim. I don't know Jack. Of course I remember the party splitting.
Submission in her name.
There is nothing I like more than being proven wrong about something, Lord Garamond. No, I do not, Colgrim. I apparently don't remember anything about Dragon Age Origins today. Do I need to bring out Mega Man because these turns are going to take this long? Is that where we're at? I'll bring out Mega Man. Which is probably what I'd be doing if I was playing this just by myself. Because these are just... This is taking forever. Look at this! We're almost done with the first round of this combat. Hey! Okay, so let's do our second round of combat now. Oh my god, okay.
Watch this! No surrender.
Honestly, this is the exact reason why the final encounter in Rage of Demons, the Underdark campaign we just played through a few months ago, is usually abstracted. Rather than actually sitting down and doing the whole nitty-gritty of the detail, which would take absolutely goddamn forever, you abstract it and you come up with slightly more variant rules to handle, you know, squads fighting other squads. Which worked really well, by the way.
Still on my feet.
But yeah, this... I don't want to prejudge too much, but this is already smelling like a negative to outro. Because it's just a mass combat encounter so far, and that's not interesting. Especially in a game where, you know, everything takes forever. Speaking of taking forever, let's hurry this up. Follow my advice. The camera also really doesn't like this area, like, at all.
To an idiot god!
I think we all remember the lever peasant. It's pretty bad, actually. I don't know how much of it's visible on screen, but we're having some issues. It's especially visible when you do something like that, where it actually has to have a load moment to switch over to the party area. But you can see it during cutscenes especially, when it takes a second or two to actually even load the cutscene, or to load a dialogue option during a cutscene. Or in moments like this, where the AI has to really, really think about what they're doing. Oh man, Golgrim. Yeah, it's entirely possible the memory leaks will never be fixed, because of the very nature of what those are. Like, we say memory leak, but it's not one thing that's causing a problem. Memory leakage, by default, is hundreds, if not thousands, of little problems all over the place. Taping over all those holes, that's a thing. And most developers don't even bother for a good reason. I don't think it will, Colgrim. I think it'll just be less positives. I think this Game of the Year category? No! In a gear this stacked? Like, okay, this is a good game, and I stand by that. But you gotta understand, if you have 5 really, really good racers racing against each other, and they're all within an inch of each other, one of them just automatically get Game of the Year over the others, you know? Oh, it's back to me. I was just about to start Mega Man 2. Took all that time to update my Switch. Alright,
Ready for this?
who do I think the money people want to get Game of the Year? Let me think about that for a minute. And by that I mean, once it's no longer my turn, let me go Google some things. Because I don't actually think it's Starfield. Don't mistake me. Starfield's going to sell bonkers well. Like Hogwarts Legacy already sold bonkers well. But that's not what money people are interested in.
Impero TV.
Let's see. Ah, there you go. Diablo 4. That's what the money... I'll answer that right now. That's what the money people want to be the Game of the Year. They want that game to be successful, and to make money, and then to make more money, and then to make more money, and then to make more money. They don't want a game like this, which they can't continue to monetize after release in order to be Game of the Year. They want attention to be on a game that can get them more money for less effort. Where's my sword? Where is my sword? I was asked, Mike Romano. It's the only reason I'm even answering it. There it is. The biggest insult I could ever give Diablo 4 is that I don't own it. And have no plans to. Make of that what you will. I honestly don't think I could give a greater insult to a game. Especially a Diablo game. So we've got Jedi Survivor, we've got Starfield, we've got Diablo 4, we've got Hogwarts Legacy, we've got this. I know there's several others. Every time this question comes up, I have to go consult a list, because there's so many that it's hard to remember them all. Hang on, someone go shoot Trihexia with donuts really quick, please. With donuts, we don't want to actually kill him.
Time for some bloody work.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Zelda. Thank you, Giga. So, I told you. Oh yeah, FF16. That's another one. Final Fantasy 16. Zelda.
Breathe deep and move.
Alright, hang on. What other games came out this year? Street Fighter 6, which probably won't make much of a splash, but also Mortal Kombat 1, we're all on the subject. Cyberpunk's DLC is coming out. I feel like there's another. Like, there's been a lot of games this year, but I'm not. I feel like there's another big splash game, and I don't remember what it is. Hogwarts Legacy might win the Game of the Year from the Game Awards show, also known as the thing that doesn't matter for Game of the Year. But it might legitimately make that because of the fact that it is wildly popular to people who are not gamers. People who do not play video games. I mean, no insult by that, but, the player base for Hogwarts Legacy is huge. Guild Wars 2 also had an expansion release, and, let's say, never mind. Let's see, what else came out this year? A lot of games came out this year. A lot of games. But let's look ahead. What hasn't come out yet? We're going down to September. So we've got... There's Starfield. There's a bunch of stuff that probably won't be large scale, although we do have a Pokemon expansion this year. Was Pokemon Violet this year, or was that last year? WoW expansion was November of last year. I'm glad you liked it, Giga Pudding. I will not be playing it, but I am glad you liked it. Let's see. And then we've got... I knew there was another big release. In fact, there are two. I told you, there's so many this year, I keep forgetting them. There's Spider-Man 2, and then there's Mario Brothers Wonder. Both of those will be in the running for Game of the Year, I guarantee it. Those are going to be really, really big sellers. We also have Modern Warfare 3 remake, which will probably do quite well. And I think that's it for all the really big releases. There's a bunch of other releases, but I think those are the big ones. I will not be playing it because I have no particular interest in supporting J.K. Rowling. And that is my honest statement on the matter. That happens to be a hill for me. So it is vetoed. And so shall it remain. I know, Colgrim. That's what hills means. Do I have to give the hills and chocolate speech again?
Yeah?
Oh, that looks fun. I suppose it's a real question. Has anybody not heard... let me rephrase that. Has anybody not heard and care about the hills and chocolate speech? Left path? Okay. So it's like this. Congratulations. By sheer virtue of existing, you are part of the problem. No, really. I guarantee with 100% certainty that you are supporting of child labor, of questionable worker safety policies, of people being forced to work in terrible conditions, of unsafe measurements, you know. You are a part of that problem. I guarantee it with total certainty. If you're watching this on a computer, or if you're looking at this on a phone, then you're already part of that problem. And that's the easy stuff. The more you dig into it, the more you see the connecting threads of how much crap is affordable because of the fact that it's built on human suffering. That's life. So, what does this have to do with hills and chocolate? Well, I like to bring up chocolate because you like chocolate, right? Right? I like chocolate. You like chocolate. Nestle is honestly in like the top 15 most evil companies in the goddamn country. I don't know about the world, but definitely within the United States. Nestle are monsters. If you wonder what it has to do with chocolate, well, there's a decent amount of chocolate that comes through them. I'm not going to go into details on Nestle. You can look that up in your own time if you'd like to. So, that sucks, right? So I know people, myself included, by the way, who try to avoid buying chocolate from Nestle. Does that make it better? No. That's where the hills part of the argument comes in. You don't make the world better by not buying from Nestle, because they're going to be fine regardless of whatever we individuals decide to do. It's not going to hit their profit margins. It's not going to help the people who are suffering because of their actions. It's not even going to make my life better, really. The only reason that I bother to go ahead and not buy Nestle chocolate is because that's a hill for me. And I stand on that hill. But you can't stand on every hill. And that's the point of the argument. You cannot stand on every hill. It's impossible. So there's nothing really wrong with any given individual deciding this is a hill for me, and I stand on it. And it probably isn't a hill for you. And that's fine, because you have hills that are not a hill for me. Make sense? Hills and chocolate. So, Hogwarts Legacy is a hill for me. Does it do anything? No, of course not. But it's a hill for me. Make sense?
My path be true.
That's that. And and meanwhile, Eternus' hill is making sure that I get sub-bombed, apparently.
This is worth the cost.
What are we still in combat with? Oh, you. Where did you come from? Why, Kemek? I've known a lot of people who do exactly that, Gigapudding. I know a lot of people who only stand on a particular hill because it affects them personally or someone they know personally. And again, no judgment. That's part of the point of that whole argument, is the no judgment part. Something I think a lot of people tend to forget. Because a lot of people tend to be like, well, if you don't support my hill, then screw you. Or, I don't support your hill, so screw you. And no. It doesn't work that way, or at least it shouldn't. Heals. That has been such a useful thing. A dash on a bonus action has been so useful so long. Well, that was satisfying. And for whatever it's worth, Wandering Doll, I'm sorry that you have to deal with that nonsense. It was... Look, Colgrim! I admit I don't want to talk about J.K. Rowling because so much noise has been started up around that person, which is really irritating because, and I'm going to give you my non-polemic opinion on the matter right now, I think that's her goal. I'm pretty good at analyzing people and understanding how psychology works, and near as I can tell, that woman and her actions over the years really, really wants attention. She wants to be relevant, she wants to be center stage, doesn't matter how or what. And she has used multiple methods over multiple years, long before the current controversy, to try and shove herself into the controversial space. Now, whether she believes or thinks anything she actually posits, who cares? Because it doesn't even really matter, because all she's trying to do is poke and prod, staying relevant. And the biggest insult I could ever give that woman is to not talk about her. Thank you, Eternus. Very, very much. I do always appreciate your support, even when I'm being polemic. I apologize, but I still thank you very much. I suppose you know what you want to put those towards, but if you can remind me, I would much appreciate it.
Have to keep going.
That's funny, Giga. Legitimately. That amuses me on levels I'm not going to go into. You guys got this, right? Oh. I mean, I hope that my brief statement does answer at least some of your questions, Kamek. I am! Exclamation mark. Not sure what I'm going to get, though. Period. Where are we? We're up here. You've got moment speed. Go make this happen.
Knees high.
Got it. So we've got Ultimate, Dreadnought, Ace Combat. Which one? And the StarCraft block. Or did we decide... I'm sorry, did we decide to group 4 and 5 together? I actually don't remember. I apologize. I bought 4. I found a used copy of it. It's okay. That's why we call it Polemic Day, Kamek.
Make way.
We've been at this combat so long, haste may run out. Yeah, you're welcome. Lol. Okay, you got it. So we are going to go ahead and put that towards a cutscene with a weird interface overlay. You son... Okay. Do that after I've done all my movements, so I couldn't normally have gotten out of that. Thanks for that, game. Appreciate you. It's okay, I've played WoW, Colgrim. What does polemic mean? Here, let me just pull up the exact definition for you. Just a second. Oh, that could be bad. Is anyone gone already? Heh. I mean, it's valid, Mihawk. Yeah, it means controversial, but that word has been so misused that there's a reason I stopped using the word controversial and started saying polemic. Polemic is more specific. And let me give you my definition. Well, okay, now they're done. Polemic is stuff people can't talk about without going, Reh! There you go, that's polemic right there. that sounds like fun, period.
Burn them to ash.
I hope the food is good! Exclamation mark. No, I'm serious. That's the simplest explanation. There you go. That's polemic. Here, let me look up the actual definition of polemic, though. Basically any topic. Kinda, yeah. There's more malleability to it than that, as there arguably should be. Nuance.
On the move.
Polemic is an aggressive attack or refutation of the opinions or principles of another. That's the literal definition. It can also be called the art or practice of disputation or controversy, usually used in plural, but singular or plural in construction. It's apparently from French. Although I heard about it from Greek, polemikos. I would agree with you, Savakam. Oh, that all sounds good, comma. I hope you enjoy, exclamation mark. Thankfully she didn't die from that, because with the knockback she totally could have. No kidding, Wandering Ball. Jeez Louise.
Dominate!
Over there.
Which is exactly why I have had a no polemic rule for the better part of my entire life, Evo. Ah, there it is.
Sliced and burned, dashed and diced. They...
What?
Taking position.
You know, I don't mean to sound negative, but, like, I'm really glad that we're not being mentally dominated by the giant brain right there. Because you'd think that would be a trouble right now, but no, we're fine. So, small favors and all that. Which brings me to a negative I've been chewing on this entire game.
Beholds the dance of death.
I want to give a negative for the tadpole in our brain. I feel like it's to story, specifically. But I feel like I do want to do that.
Breathe deep and move.
So let's talk this out while we're doing this insanely long combat. One of the most common things that RPGs, especially CRPGs, tend to do is they give something unique about you. Sometimes it's something spoilery, sometimes it's not. So I'm not going to give examples. But CRPGs really like to make a specific reason why you're the PC. Now, I'm with that. And a really well-designed CRPG will give a really good reason why you're the PC. In some cases, they'll even give a reason why you're cut off, and you're the one doing the crap other people should be doing, right? KOTOR 1 and Dragon Age Origins, no spoilers, are both perfect examples of how to accomplish that thing. The tadpole is the mechanism of doing that in this game, and yet I honestly feel like it's really badly done. Executed, I guess is the word I'm looking for. On several levels. Because it's like the game is constantly trying to remind us of something that it itself doesn't care about. The tadpole infection... Yeah, Inquisition is a great example. The tadpole infection honestly barely matters, except when it occasionally does. It's treated like the fact that we have a scar, or like we have a limp, or whatever. You know? It's not treated like we have a tadpole in our brain. Now, there are a couple of exceptions for this, but for the most part, it's just kind of there. Yeah, it feels like it was there to force us to party with the other party members initially because we were all very against each other. But a decent chunk of the main narrative hasn't even had anything to do with the tadpoles. Which goes back to that kitchen sink problem we've already talked about. Very true, 040. And that's a valid thing to bring up, because one of the things I just mentioned, casually, as an aside, is that the, nice shot, is that a really good game will go out of its way to come up with a reason why you're fighting the enemy and not everyone else, and to give you the means to do so, like we've just mentioned several examples of. So what is everyone else doing here? My point is,
We need to get to the brain.
There's worse examples of this kind of trope here, but it feels like it is half-baked, to the point where it actually detracts from the narrative. If I was playing this in tabletop, I would not have followed the path the campaign is putting me on, specifically because of the fact that it should be such an overwhelming, overriding action that the rest of the adventuring shouldn't even be happening. And instead, we're just doing a typical CRPG and doing our own thing. And that's the problem with that kind of overreach with this sort of thing. What am I trying to get to? Oh, over here. Okay, I see it. Let's... God, how do I want to do this? Let's do this.
Count on me.
Yeah, it's not... Like I said, I've seen worse. But I do think this is a negative, at the very least. I hope I'm at least, like, vaguely explaining my reasoning here. Where are you, dear? There you are. I mean, the first thing I would do is I would have a long chat with my GM about why he put a tadpole in my brain. And, real talk, that would be a discussion. Because I would be quite upset at that fact. But yeah, Lord Harriman is correct. The first thing, and the only thing I would be doing, is getting rid of the goddamn tadpole. You'll notice they went out of their way to add a Netherese thing, which only 2 quests, I think, even mention, specifically to prevent us from getting rid of the tadpole. Because they gave us methods to get rid of it, and then they got rid of them. And yet, despite that, despite now knowing what we're doing, being high level, having access to more resources, and having more reason to get rid of the damn thing, the game has never given us an additional opportunity to try and get rid of these damn things. You need to get out of my way. Let's just...
On the move.
Yeah, the obelisks in Mass Effect 1. There's another example of that. I don't recall Raphael offering to get rid of it. I recall Raphael offering to deal with other problems. That's why I'm thinking one negative, Blade. That's why I'm talking it out. You know me, I like to talk things out. Where is Shove? Oh, Shove is there. I guess we're still hasted. We'll take advantage of that.
can't stay idle.
But either way, I believe you. I believe you. So why was Hawk essential to the story? Because Dragon Age 2 was at its best when it was not about mages and Templars, but when it was about a down-on-her-luck, excuse me, my Hawk was female, a down-on-their-luck person who was fleeing as a refugee from the Blight. So Hawk was essential by virtue of being a perspective character.
One day I'll catch a break.
My opinion. Absolutely, Colbert. No question. See you around, Chemic. Hope you have fun. But yeah, no, the problem, and you hinted at this twice already, Colgrim. The problem with Hawk is there's a point in the game at which Hawk shouldn't be adventuring anymore. Like, their story should have concluded. Act 2 already starts to fumble it, and Act 3 is a goddamn mess. No, the Emperor is not dead. He just hates us, and he's off doing whatever. So who knows what's going on there. Can I... Yeah, I can. How much does it affect my enjoyment of the work? It absolutely is something that derives from my enjoyment of the work, Eternus. That's why I think it does deserve a negative. That's the definition of a negative, after all, is something that removes my enjoyment of a game. Or, not removes, wrong word. Reduces my enjoyment of a game.
Dominates!
Yeah, I think I agree. Let's go ahead. I guess this is under MSQ. Or no, this is plot. This is plot. Who are you? Oh, you're the prince. Yeah, I guess I care about you. Still my movement. Yeah, we'll talk more about Dragon Age 2's uniqueness when we get there, I think. Let's save at least some of that for when we get there. In Origins, we are variably significant, but the important part is we luck into significance. By total coincidence, we happen to be one of the only people who can deal with the situation. In Inquisition, they repeat the trick. By total coincidence, by sheer luck, we happen to be someone who can deal with the problem. In 2, they go with a different route with it, and I do like that different route. We're just there. We're not someone who can deal with things. We're just living life, like doing our own day-to-day thing. I mean, there's a reason that the initial quest arc in Dragon Age 2 for Act 1 is get enough money in order to become part of the expedition. Which, by necessity, it encourages you to go and do adventuring, side quests. You know? That's part of the game. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Like I said, we'll talk about it when we get there. I do not know, Giga Pudding. I have no way of knowing until we get there. The Inquisition's gonna be a mixed bag, that's for damn sure. You remember who the main villain is of Inquisition? No, you don't. Don't lie to me. I know. You probably do actually know who the main villain is, but you already get my point just because of how I say that. I agree with that, Blade Tabal. I agree with Lord Aramon, too. But still not who I was talking about. Blackwall! I'm here to kill some people. Blackwall's beard was the greatest beard ever to beard. The map. No, no, the villain of Inquisition is the hinterlands.
Dominates! Boom!
The hinterlands and the war table. Ah, what are we trying to reach up here? I guess this door. Okay. This is... God, how long have we been doing this? Okay, let's get a save in for no reason. Yes, I do remember that, Colgrim.
No surrender.
Come on. This is one encounter. We're still in the same encounter. You were absolutely right, Lord Aramont. I should notice I'm the one furthest behind here. I should probably do something about that.
On the move.
Another fight. Let's go.
Okay, so let's,
Good idea, I think.
I mean, we're in the outro. Officially and formally at this point.
Light on my feet.
Well, okay. Well, next round I could do that, Colgrim. Because I couldn't make it, even with my sprinted monk or my hasted fighter. I knew it, Giga Pudding. Oh. That's the goal, Eternus. I don't know how long the final battle is going to be. We're probably going to come back from the break and do the final battle and start Origins tomorrow. There it is. That's a good question, Colgrim. Only one way to find out. Stutter, stutter, stutter. Yeah, no kidding, Lord Aramont. Now, what's interesting is I meant what I said. Fighting an Elder Brain is kind of easy as long as you manage your will saves. So we'll see what to do with this.
Leave them! Join us. Witness perfection. Witness the grand design.
Hey, we're all here all of a sudden. Alright, so let's take a long rest. Oh, well, that would be funny. There's tentacles everywhere, Giga. You gotta be more specific. So far, no, Gray. Yeah, this is reasonable. What are we holding on to? There's no grips here. Are we just clawing into the skin? How are we physically doing this? Okay, but what if we're like a gnome or something? Oh, and the rest.
The crown of Carsus, the site of power, the site of domination, the place where the Netherstones can enforce control.
Hi.
I know you. I know everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your weaknesses.
And then Gale just detonates.
And so do they.
So why are you fighting me again here? Emperor, dude. I mean, I always wanted to kill you, but like, really? I suppose that's true, Colgrim. Just check my buffs here. Yeah, that's what I thought. She just lost her first round of action because she was forced to lose haste when combat started. That's interesting. You know, it's even more interesting, though. How do these get up here?
Time to make it rain fire!
Oh, that's cute. No, it's closed down. It has been for a minute.
Under their noses.
Yes, Lae'zel is currently using her correct weapon. Like, I'm not gonna complain. It's just kind of funny. You're the ones who put us on a fight on a giant floating brain, quarter mile in the air, and we could just summon a bunch of gnomes up here with grenades. Oh, that's it. Hope. Hope's got her back. Yay! Thanks, Hope. Appreciate you. Yeah, do that again. Thanks. Go, Grenadiers! Barkus! And technically Wolbrin.
Execute. Decide.
Heading there.
Yes, actually, 040. And apparently, even in the final battle. Did you know?
Harpers, now is the time!
Where's Jaheira? Where are we? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's cool. Everything's cool.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
This actually reminds me a bit of Fire Emblem 13's final boss fight. No spoilers, but look at it. It's okay, everyone. The Harpers got us. And then they're going to turn on us and be like, hey, stop! You violated the law!
Perfection. Yield to it.
I think it's 13. Awakening is the one I'm thinking of. The first 3DS one. The ground is squishy and wrinkled. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Why is there, like, guck all... Don't think about it. Can you detonate Gale here? You probably can. I like how they really backloaded the Illithid fights here. It's like they really, really wanted you to fight Illithid. So, here we are. That's a lot of Illithid in the background, too. No, we haven't used Divine Intervention yet. Yeah, this probably would be one of the safest spots to do this at. That is true.
Submit. Die. Transform.
There he is.
Get in there.
I'm honestly expecting there to be some bullcrap thing with Elminster or Mystra at the last second that saves us. Listen, Evo. No, I see the time limit. I see it.
Transform. No time to waste.
Yeah, as long as it's not Number 1 Knights 2, we should be fine. Maybe. The Hellriders are, well, actually, that one's just downed. Oh, they're all downed. They're not dead. Holy crap. Nice. I am hesitant to fly up there solo. Looks like we'll be doing this the slow way. They lay ready. Ah, yes, you. So, hang on. I'm gonna save here really quick. For no reason. Divine Intervention. Really? Aww.
Got to move.
Oh, I'm still gonna do it. Didn't even kill the Emperor. Divine Intervention didn't kill the Emperor. Boy, that says something, doesn't it? Thanks, Lune. Whatever. Very carefully, Evo. Char's just like, no! You don't get to do that. Why not? Because you don't! Okay.
City Watch, into position.
You got this, City Watch! We're going the other way. What? Yeah, we're going through the other way. But, bye!
By will or by force, you will join us.
that actually killed a guy. Well, you see, Evo. Can we get on with this, please?
Override. Overrule. Fulfill.
That's actually a good question. It is, in fact, huge. Let's stop playing around. Let's get on with this.
Close ranks.
Or not. Oh my god, one of the Grenadiers lived. Yeah, could you, like, get rid of that dragon, please? This is your job, Lae'zel. You got this. No, really. Also, could you go kill the Emperor for me, please? Thanks. Appreciate you. Jesus Christ, those dice. Oh, they can roll just fine, of course. Yeah, I gotta be careful, Lord Haramont. She might think I was just proposing to her with that.
To the crown and cast the spell. We'll see off the enemies.
Let's see.
Nothing will stand in my way. Need to find a way forward.
It's weird, but okay.
This is the only outcome.
Could you shut him up, please, Lae'zel? Oh my god.
that gonna take?
Hi.
Moving.
Sorry. You know, I've got a superiority die to use. Tripping. Goodbye. He had a pearl on him.
Make way.
I bet she liked that. Oh yeah, the Emperor's gone. There's no afterlife for Illithids that I'm aware of. I'm not sure, Lord Harriman. We'll find out in a few seconds here.
At the ready.
Shot. Meanwhile, that guard is earning their pay. Just earning it. And so is that thief and that gnome.
Impossible. Cease.
Soldier.
That is a hell of a spread of that artillery, though. Look at how much of the brain that artillery is going to hit. Which, if you're thinking about it, feels like a weird decision. That's some desperation right there. Shoot me! Shoot me! Let's save here for no reason. And then let this play out. I mean, this isn't actually an Elder Brain, so it doesn't have to play by the rules. Who knows? Oh, there it is. Lae'zel, I need you to not roll a 1. And stop resetting my camera, please.
true.
Nice shot. The guard just killed an elephant.
The brain is weakened. This is our chance.
Phase 2.
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated. Use the portal. We will bring it down together.
Okay, I was joking.
Its will is weakening. The brain is almost defeated.
Now, that's an Elder Brain. This is a little bit more like what I was expecting to fight at the end of this adventure. Yeah, I see against all odds there. The unlikely actions of the party in the morphing pool were a surprise of even to the Netherbrain. The success roll has left the Netherbrain wounded, reducing its starting HP for the encounter. Ah! Lol. Also, Chains of Karsus. It's too powerful even for the momentary god's magic. Karsus' compulsion could not dominate it completely. The spell has instead bound the brain in place temporarily. To complete the domination, you must strike it down. That wasn't worth it, but that is amusing. It's a bonus point. And, okay, sure.
Might as well.
You know, now we have 5 turns before we lose the game. It is a huge... Oh, thank God. I was going to be upset for a second.
Onward.
Reunite! Transform!
This is it. Its will is weakening. With haste.
Nice shot.
My will is yield, surrender.
Yeah, I think we've gotten a little bit too high tier for this adventure. I turned to the GM and like, dude, what are we doing? This orb will explode on its turn, doing 20 to 200 force damage. Okay, let's do... Gosh. What is that spell that I know exists? Maybe. Maybe? Huh. Okay. Never mind then.
Covered.
You went too far. Go that way. Punch, as they say. You guys handle the illithids. We'll be down here doing our thing. Alright, Lae'zel. You know where this is going. Let's save, because I might have to do this in a specific order. No, damn it, Maverick, no! Okay, so first and foremost... Ooh, that's way too far down. What's the path? It's like, right. Arrest that brain! That's funny, Culcrum. That is legitimately funny. Damn it, look there, my.
Onward.
Alright. We've been waiting the whole game for this. Let me, game? Come on, game. For Christ's sakes. Ah, I hate the inventory in this game so much. Okay, hang on. It should be in here. It's not. Wait, but there's stuff in here. There it is. God damn it. Ahem. Behold!
There's a creature trapped inside. On my way.
Impossible. Denial.
Oh, that's not cool. Okay, we're not going to screw around. If that's the kind of stuff it's going to be pulling. You're just going to die. You're just gonna die. Die in the face. Okay, perfect. Hey, Lizelle. I got a present for you.
No! Resist. My desire. Impossible.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn illithids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain.
No. Oh, Jesus.
Silence. Free of urge and worm, your brain is battered and bruised. But it is yours. Yours at last.
I mean, nothing was deliberately skipped, to be very clear. The game just decided to nope out of that. Oh, that's bad. That water's gonna be poisoned for years. That's not a good place for something like that to rot. Or that. I told you we'd Phantom Menace this, by the way. So apparently I'm wrong. Never mind. I take that back immediately. I thought it died from the shock. Never mind. Them being stunned honestly makes a lot more sense than them self-destructing, so... Okay. Although this is going to be a hell of a cleanup.
Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
I can't feel the tadpole. It's gone. We're free!
my powers. They're draining. Just like Mizora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
And I'm still standing in the sun. This is incredible. Maybe whatever had changed in me was permanent.
The tadpoles must have died with the brain. The threat of ceremony...
Are we gonna get the extra mass out of there? Because...
Of course. No slight intended towards your form.
Like, that's, you know...
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope.
I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong.
It seems I can only fulfill one part of my destiny. My people will be liberated, but I cannot return to them. Not like this. You helped me destroy that abomination. Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me.
But first, Lae'zel, I need your promise. Carry my hope. Carry my burden. Call my dragons, Kulos and Kuthos, and ride to the Astral Sea. Destroy Vlaakith. Release our people. Be our future and our legacy.
I'm gonna let you guys decide on that one. Okay. I see an overwhelming vote for one, so...
It will be done. I will never be free while my people are still bound by Vlaakith's chains.
Enough talk. Give me my freedom. Freedom from this form.
Aren't you still you?
Yes. But for how long? My mind screams. It will never stop until it has slipped away from me entirely. I will not be Ghaik. I did what I did to save my people. The rest is up to them. Someone else must rise within.
Why is he shaking so much?
Revolution against Vlaakith. Give me my freedom from this form. Release my soul to the astral seas, while I still have one to call my own.
Good news, your soul's gone, buddy. I'll let you guys decide this one, too. Option 1 is no. Option 2 is kill. Option 3 is you should live. I'm a bard. That makes sense, Greg. I'm a bard. That should always be a dialogue option. You don't say anything else. You just walk up to, hi, I'm a bard. Oh my god, you're right. I never knew the truth of this. Alright. As you vote. Didn't we, like, slice his head off?
Githka Tavkim crushed.
That would almost be worse, Bleach of all. What's more likely is most people probably don't know how that works, and he thinks his soul will move on, and it won't. He's gone. That's the more likely outcome.
can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator.
I wasn't even going to mention that that's a, you know, a red dragon.
To the skies!
Yeah, can we ever soar? Okay.
The Githyanki are leaving us. An unlikely place to find ourselves, fighting on the same side as them.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city, smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
The crown. It's somewhere in the Giontha. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it.
Gale.
The power of Karsus would be in my hands.
Gale.
But what then? What would I do with it once I have it?
I say give the crown back to Mystra just because someone needs to have that crown. You don't just leave an Omega artifact in the river.
Sage and timely counsel as always. And I intend to heed it. A wise man learns from his mistakes and strives not to repeat them. I shall bring the crown to Mystra. She'll cure me of my affliction. And I'll finally be free. And a more deserving one this time around. If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that there are things in this world far more valuable than power.
Which you can get with power.
I'm quite fond of this merry band of ours. I'd quite like to see what happens to it. I'm sure Mystra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
A nip, a dance, and a song. Don't mind if I do. I think we're due an evening's reprieve. What's our leader have to say?
Let's get out of this godforsaken city. I hear Ob is lovely this time of year. I kind of like that option. I'm a little sick of this place. I'm not going to lie. And it's a mess. Here, I'll let you guys decide. Don't pick 4. Because if you pick 4, I'm not going to do it. So you're throwing your vote away. Let's go to I hear there's some kind of elven wizard there who claims he's a ball spawn. I don't know. Oh man, excuse me. Alright, 3 it is.
Last time I was there, I was poisoned near to death. Still, a little more restful than this place.
I honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow!
Well, that sucks.
Oh, God. Well, it was nice when it lasted. Ah! I'm sorry. I have to go.
It seems that's the end of Astarion's love affair with the sun. That'll be hard on him.
Well, that sucks.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you.
Of course, now is when it starts going off.
Engine's finally cooked.
No, Django.
Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do?
I mean, you were legit.
So are you. My friend. My companion. I adore you.
Oh God, Inosia.
Hot. I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best. It's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? I wanted to live in my city with my friends. But life is for the living. And I saw... Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea.
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlach, you're coming with me.
Seriously. Go to Avernus, you twat. We have a safe haven there. I mean, it's your choice, Karlach, but seriously.
So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with the blade of Avernus at your side. Zariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlach.
Fine. I'll go. Well, with you. But we have to go. Now. I can't hang on much longer.
Congratulations, you're stuck with Will.
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid empire, no death god's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. You slept like a babe straight through the night, dreamless, thoughtless, and almost entirely free. For the first time, you feel alone. Calm. You breathe. Baal may have been your beginning, but he will not be your end. Of all those you killed in your father's name, one lingers in your mind even now. Alfira, the bard of the Emerald Grove. Her death weighs upon you still.
Thanks, game.
A burden you will carry for the rest of your days. But fortunately, you will not have to carry it alone.
Thanks for reminding me about the negative I gave to that. Sorry, the two negatives I gave for that.
Perfect. Though, I couldn't help lying there thinking about my parents before you stirred.
What are you wearing? Oh my God! Option 2 is... dead parents. The perfect post-coital subject.
I gave them the release they asked for. Freed myself from Shah's grasp just as they wished for. But there's moments where I think I'd trade that to be able to see them again. Talk to them again. There's so much only they could have told me. But that's all gone now. I've got to move on. Find some place for myself.
You're a level 12 cleric of Selûne. I'm just saying. Yeah, I found a shirt. I don't know, some of you didn't notice this. When we were doing, I think it was the vampire quest? One of the quests, I found someone who actually had some honest-to-God shirts. And I was like, oh my God, shirts! And I immediately put them on. So we haven't been just exposed since. Yeah, meanwhile, she's wearing less clothing. Listen. Let's just be together.
I was hoping you'd say that. Whatever lies ahead will be far less daunting if I have you. It could be just like old times. Well, hopefully not exactly like old times. I think I've had enough camping and mortal peril for one lifetime.
And that... Okay. Thank you very, very much, Lord Aramon. Give me 1 second. Let me... There we go.
There thou art, the dead three. Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou soughtst to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayed.
Something I've been talking about this whole damn game.
The other gods would not notice. Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools, everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals, I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
Did he just dismiss the dead three? No, like actually dismissed, as in like they're gone. Because that would be amazing if true. It's almost assuredly not true. They're almost assuredly not going to keep that in canon. Yeah, if he just... And that's it. If he just dismissed the mural, that's a lot less interesting. But... Oh, that would be so cool if he just fight... I'm so sick of the Dead 3. I'm so sick of the Dead 3. In and out of universe. Nakamano, thank you. I do appreciate you being here. You didn't put that towards something, so if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Alright, so... Why is it always you three? Alright, so, hang on. We actually have... several things to wrap through. Really quick. Yep, I was going to say, I've got a spoiler thread. I've been holding on to it since Jongo linked me it a couple days ago. And I haven't clicked this. Oh my god, it's been removed. This post has been removed by the moderators of Baldur's Gate 3. Well, I was going to read that for y'all. There's a lot of posts in this thread. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Let's see if I can way back this. We might be able to. Nope. Damn. Okay. Way back, hadn't actually pulled it yet. It was deleted that quickly. Alright, what's this other one? Okay. I don't know if this is new or not, but... okay, so... The Upper City was missing. Duh. I mean, this is the one even I knew. And I had been deliberately avoiding content leading into the game. But, again, one of the big things they showcased was the Upper City before the game came out, and it's not in, so hey, yeah, duh. Yeah, they talk about the affluent Upper City just 2 weeks before launch and describe it as being a fully explorable, yet it is very noticeably absent from the final game. Yep. Absolutely true. One moment, please. Yeah, Upper City is the easy one. We all noticed that one. Shar worship. In the early access, the player was able to select Shar as a deity with its own unique dialogue trees, especially when interacting with Shadowheart as a fellow Shar worshipper. Despite the fact that voice lines have been data mined, indicating this had functions well into Act 2, it was cut. Karlach's ending. Yep. Data mined content shows that not only did Karlach have a full ending where her infernal engine was fixed and she survived, but most of it was fully voiced and complete. However, it required triggers from the Upper City portion of Baldur's Gate, and when that was cut, so was the storyline. What we have behind has been confirmed to be Karlach's fail state ending, which were meant only to trigger if the player neglected her quest chain. Yeah, I could have told you that just from observation. Minthara's story. That's the Drow woman, right? Minthara was meant to have a much deeper story, including a pregnancy. These were likely cut to Minthara being a late-stage addition to our roster, but dialogue lines remain in the game files to show that not only did she have more content, but your other companions would have more to say about it. Halsin's story, another late addition to the roster. Halsin was originally intended to have a great deal more endgame content involving the Druidic Circle, but this appears to have been cut more early on than some of the other items thus far. Raphael the Merchant. Originally, Raphael was meant to be a fully viable option to remove your tadpole. In fact, the soul... This might be why he mentioned it. The soul coin item you collect in the game were originally meant to be powerful alternative currency, accepted only by Raphael in exchange for possibly retrieving your soul, as well as a long list of incredibly powerful artifacts from the House of Hope, sold by Raphael himself. Avernus. The entire area of the game. Avernus was meant to be fully explorable and of similar size to the Underdark. This would not only be a source for soul coins, but other rare materials, high difficulty fights, and special content specifically for Karlach. Tav the Dark Urge. A lot of people were both surprised and excited to see the addition of the Dark Urge Origin as the Ballspawn Evil option that was missing from Early Access. Turns out Tav, that's us, was originally the Dark Urge and they were one origin. Tav was meant to be a Ballspawn, and separating the two was what caused the narrative divide between the Dead 3 and the Mind Flayer plot, which, yeah, makes total freaking sense. This is part of that ping-ponging narrative problem I talked about. And it explains why playing as the Dark Urge feels like MSQ. It has, the whole game. We've been pointing this out as we go. It clearly was intended. You know, the, oh, what's his name? The skeleton guy from DOS 2. Amelim's Ring! Remember him? The friendly Illithid in the early access version of the game. This ring would block your tadpole completely. Fane, thank you. It could not grow stronger, and you could not use Illithid powers. In the launch version, this ring prevents you from being charmed, despite the fact that he still states it fully blocks the influence. Ball and Orin versus the Kresh. An entire Act 2 battle was cut, in which Ball's forces, led by Orin, attacked the Githyanki Kresh, which leads to a fight where you side with one or the other in a massive three-way fight. Orin and the Dragon. Orin was meant to corrupt a Githyanki Red Dragon, leading to a boss fight against a Slayer Formesk Dragon. The Hag Coven. In Act 2 and 3, you may notice that accepting Auntie Ethel's help in the first act can lead to a negative effect when fighting hags. You may also notice that despite Auntie Ethel having letters from other hags in her basement, she is the only one you encounter. Originally, there was meant to be a full 3-act story involving the Coven, including the mysterious M, who seems to have been their leader. I remember that. Epilogues. Full epilogue cutscenes have been data mined that varied greatly depending on choices. Yeah, I noticed there weren't that many. There were 17,000 ending variations that Larian told us about, yet they are completely absent from the game, leading only to a Fade to Black scene at the end of the game. Yet, by the way, I'm going to give the game a negative to outro, because that was lackluster at best. We'll talk about that in a minute, though. Cazador's story. Originally, Cazador was meant to play a huge role in the Upper City. That just keeps coming up. It includes being a huge political power. Data mined content also shows originally he was meant to be a potential ally in the final push against the Absolute. Baneite Cultist. The game features both Ball and Merkel Cultist heavily, but Bane is reduced to Gortash alone, despite the fact that they had full assets for armor, weapons, and events. Minsk. was meant to be recruited at the end of Act 1, but was cut and pushed back into late game. Dialogue and events. Even from Act 1 itself, thousands of lines of dialogue and companion events are cut from the final game, some of them fully voiced and ready to be implemented, but also referencing other content that was on the cutting room floor. Ball, Merkel, and Bane were supposed to be able to be selected as deities if you play a cleric. There were even going to be special dialogue for a player who plays as a paladin and multi-classes as a cleric into one of the Dead Three. Daisy. Now, this is one we mentioned a few times. It's no secret that Daisy, your Dream Guardian, was cut from the game after the last early access release and replaced with the Guardian. Originally, Daisy was representative of the tadpole in your head, which is funny because you remember I predicted that. All the way back in Act 1, that was my original guess as what was going on. Not the Emperor, and would attempt to seduce your character into staying in the meadow by the river with her forever. A happy life with an imaginary dream lover while your body underwent metamorphosis was lost to you forever. Daisy was an important part of both the main part of the plot that both the game's theme song, Down by the River, and The Power were based entirely upon. Data mined content also shows there was originally an ending where the player would embrace a romance with Daisy and give themselves over to the parasite, forever leaving their individual consciousness down by the river with Daisy. By the way, that's what happens to illithids when they become part of, controlled by, an elder brain. They're just, that's their fate. So, that tracks. Speaking of which, companions and the worm. Originally, companions were meant to accept or refuse the gifts independent of player choices. You could, of course, influence them through dialogue, but ultimately it would be based on individual character choices. This can be seen in the game as a bug, when companions will awake after a long rest and claim to have received a gift from the Guardian, but will have no actual power. Romancing Jaheira. Originally, you were meant to have limited options to romance and screw Jaheira. These were cut at the last minute. Tadpole. They were originally meant to be severe consequences from using the illithid powers too heavily and investing too much in tadpole powers. This seems obvious in-game, and yet ultimately in the release version goes nowhere, as the ending is reduced to about 4 choices made in the last leg of the game. You can use all the tadpoles or none and receive the same ending. Yep. Act 3 dialogue. We noticed this one. Remember how much banter there was in Act 1? If you notice that companions have much less to say at the end of their journeys, it's because thousands of lines of dialogue were cut from companions in the final act for various reasons. This also seems to be the source of the companion bugs that only appear in the final act, as they're trying to trigger events that do not exist. There are multiple cutscenes that were present from Act 1 that are missing. A large portion of the Nautiloid tutorial zone was cut from the final release, including cutscenes, dialogue, and an optional fight with 2 injured imps, likely for the sake of brevity. Mole will just escape from Raphael on her own and say it was easy. Turns out it's because whatever the final leg of her quest was meant to be, instead they allowed Mole to escape, which skips the end and her cut content. The Raven Queen was supposed to have a second act of the story. That was cut. It was possible to have a conversation with Bane, but this is incomplete, and the dialogue is unvoiced. Wither was meant to narrate an epilogue for the players. And to what extent is unsure, but Wither is left with a single event in the entire game and the post-credits. Crafting! An entire early access build contained a crafting bench, and it seemed originally we were meant to have access to crafted enchanted gear of our own through certain systems. While these were cut, the items for them are not, which is why you tend to get flooded with things like ingots, gemstones, and lumber, which I've been wondering about this whole game. If you were paying attention, I was holding on to like my iron and my gold for a while because I figured it was going to be for something, and turns out it was not. The Halfling Werewolf was cut from the game, and there was an item slot for belts. However, there is no belt in the game. There was also supposed to be an exhaustion, a tier 6 debuff. This is meant to be a system in place to force players to rest more often, but was removed despite being left over in an Act 2 portion of the game. This also explains the periodic comments from PCs like, "I'm exhausted, I need a good long rest." Jesus, Mugen. And all of that is why the definitive edition of this game will probably be better. Because this I'm going to give the outro 2 negatives. No, I'm not. I'm going to give it 3. I'm going to be honest with myself, and I'm going to give it 3. Oh, we rest plenty, 2D. We started resting all over the place. It just didn't make things any better. Well, that's a good thing. You agree with me, Colgrim, because I gave that positive. It's positive number 79. I know, Colgrim. We need less positives. Brigwin, you got a minute? Now let's blow this thing and go home, yeah? Yeah, let's do co-op. Let's poke at this. I'm going to be precision about this, because there's a few very specific things I want to look at. So, the first thing I'm going to do is the obvious thing. Let's see what we got here. We're going to create... So, let's see. Interesting. Well, then pop in, Evo. Let's do this. Okay. So we can set the difficulty, change number of slots, friends only. Is there an invite? Nope. So there's a Steam invite, is what that means. That's fine. I'll turn it down real quick. Let me pull up my friends list over on Steam really quick. I did not, Mike Romano. I do apologize. I didn't see it. Direct connection most likely means we're going to be directly connecting. So in other words, I will be hosting the game. In fact, I should probably click that. Instead of the server hosting the game. I don't know. That's a good thing to test. So hang on, Bregwin. So hang on. It is a good thing. It is a good thing. Here. Nobody else join. If you do, I'll kick you. Evo and Bregwin only, please. But do me a favor, there's our server ID. That should enable you to join directly. Okay, fine, you can join, Giga. 3 women. As is my norm, apparently. So I've never even heard of it, Mike Kamano. So I'll just jot down South Park 3 question mark, and I'll figure out what that's about later, Mike Kamano. And of course, there's no music playing over this. Back to Warcraft music. Yeah, no men! No men. Oh, there's Evo. She's gone. I saw her for like a second. I'm starting to see things, I think. That's totally what no men means and not anything else. Definitely. I'm gonna grab a Snickers because we'll probably be here a minute. My lunch was an hour ago. No breaks. No capes, no breaks. It just wanted an invitation to the wedding, Giga. The No Men meme goes back to the Dragon Age lore run, which is whenever Inquisition came out. So, whenever Inquisition came out, That was when that meme was a thing. Why can't you join, Evo? What mod are you using? Okay. Let's see what happens.
Who are you?
Don't reset. I am the Dark Urge. Yep. Yep, my name is the Dark Urge. And I have a drow. Yep, we're done. Cool. I saw it, Jay Palmer. I figured you didn't want to be go. So it looks like I have total skip powers. That's interesting. Not sure what to think of that.
The blood in your fat. You have nothing in your skull. Time to...
Okay, so there's Gale. The amazing Gale.
My head.
Okay, so first thing we notice, there is friendly damage, or friendly fire. So that's interesting. Is that an option? That doesn't sound like an option. I mean, I guess that makes sense, given how you could do that in the main game too.
Don't waste a step.
Okay. Visual indicators. Do me a favor, zone without me. I'm already a little upset by one minor thing here. But only the one. So we've got... Man, how do I type? How do I talk to? Is there a talk to? It doesn't appear to me. Go, my minion. Oh, you can hear me. Go, Giga. Go without me. Go without me. I want to see what happens when we trigger cutscene.
Curious. I feel like a new man.
So camera is still linked to me, not wherever, you know, she is. Okay, so she's entered a thing. We do have the join option, so that's cool. No skipping while we're there. So we do have the holocall. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for, because that's a good feature. It's a feature.
Please. Before they return! They return.
Right,
And you know no creature like this.
Yeah, go ahead, Giga. I'm paying attention, but I'm also cross-referencing a little bit. Because we have a lot of precedence when it comes to co-op in RPGs. Oh. That's my bad. That's my bad. I didn't hit the button.
Abomination. This is your end.
You should do this one. Not that I'm aware of, J. Palmer.
We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection.
Alright, as weird as this is going to sound, I think I've actually already seen enough with one notable exception. Let's see what happens when we do this. Yeah, there's like a drag and drop thing. I already saw it played too well. It makes sense that Lae'zel would attach to Giga, since Giga is the one who started the convo. Again, most of this is just DOS 2, which is fine. That's the main thing I was wondering. I shouldn't say just. DOS 2 had really good co-op. But, let me see. Nope, where's the multiplayer button? Here we go, multiplayer. So, let's give... Apparently she's in charge of me, which is funny. Here, have, all the women's. Or, no. I can't undo it. Hang on, reset. Have Shadowheart. There we go. Apply. So apparently I can give but not take party members. So actually, that's interesting. I think that's the same as it was in DOS 2, though. We can also kick her, if we wanted to. We can also invite someone live, which is good. Live inviting is good. Yeah, Giga, can you give back? Is that something that's possible? Yeah, deja vu. Just enjoy the skybox out here. Well, you know what I mean. Nothing? Hit escape, hit multiplayer. This is where you pull up this screen. We can also change some other settings here while we're at it. So, like, if I do this, I now have control over nobody, right? Wait, what? Why are we at a load screen? What? It's like, oh, I guess you're just gonna not control anybody, are you? Yeah, apparently you can't be a spectator in your own game. That's not great. That feels like something that should be patched. I know you can give control over an entire party in DOS 2, because I've done it when I, like, get up and wander off. Well, honestly, I think I've seen all I need to from that. Which means it's time to do some math. Thank you, Giga, for assisting. Thank you, Bragwin, for trying. And thank you, Evo, for trying. What else, Playtour? What else? You know, I have no idea. Dr. Winter. I was gonna say, I feel like it did. Can I remove her from party if she's not in the game? Probably not. Right. Notice there are some features that indicate that they're going to have mod support eventually. Obviously they don't now, but I've noticed there's been a few things that indicate they are eventually going to have mod support. By the way, do you know there's a console in this game too? Which the game does not get credit for because it's currently tagged out of existence. We can cheat the console back into existence, but it's not actually in the game in a manner that is supposed to be intended to be accessed by the player. Just point that out. So yeah, they're working on native mod support and they're working on adding the console. Let me put it to you this way. Let's say there's a room, J. Palmer. There's no doors, there's no windows, and there's no nothing. How do you access the room? And the answer is you tunnel in or you break through the door, which is what we can do by virtue of having things like cheat engine or edits or hacks. But you get my point. The room is designed to not be accessed. That's what I mean. The room's still there. Console commands still exist. Yeah, I imagine getting the console versions launched is kind of a big priority for them, as well as the initial patch waves. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing updates for this game for, honestly, months. Okay. Yeah, let's have some peaceful music going. I feel like Westfall. Anybody else feel like Westfall? No, just me? Okay. Total time is... Actually, I've already... I've got the numbers, but I haven't accessed it yet. Or I haven't... Wrong word. Calculated it. Give me a sec. I'll give you the total time in a moment. And then I'll do a quick bit of auditing. So, for a bit of perspective, I'm going to tell you this right now. Just give you something to chew on. Yeah, I gave it the full Larian co-op positives. It is the Larian co-op. I say that so dismissively, but I don't mean it as it because it's a really good standard for co-op. For a bit of perspective, if we look at the number of hours we've played on a given game right now, obviously the MMOs are kings of that. But the highest game we've played on the list right now is Pokemon Shield at 93.42 hours in terms of length. Do you think this game beat that? So, yes, it did. This is now the longest game. This is now the longest game we have reviewed. 104.9 hours. And if I might be so bold, it feels like longer. I was legitimately surprised at how short that was. We've talked about that, right? Long games can feel short and short games can feel long. It depends on exactly how it feels, how the game runs. The shortest MMO. So there's two variables we use, two different factors for time on an MMO. One is the time we specifically spent playing it on camera, and the other is the time we use for the review. So the time on camera, the shortest MMO we did is really short. Hang on. Looks like Tor Onslaught, which is only 10 hours. And then Tor Shadow of Revan, and then Tor Hut Cartel, and then Tor Sith Warrior, which was 13. But, of course, you're asking about the shortest for an entire experience. If you mean the overall, the shortest MMO we have in the books is Tor in general, which is 737.44 hours. So, there's a reason we use different metrics for MMOs. Anyways, the longest MMO at the moment is Final Fantasy XIV with 2,343.52 hours. That will be beaten by WoW when we review WoW. I couldn't even guess, Jay Palmer. I'm pretty sure I have longer than that on a single character in WoW. And I have a lot of characters in WoW. Where's the audit sheet? There it is. Yeah, WoW has several years of content on FF14, and I've been playing, honestly, for more. Like, even ignoring the fact that I've been playing it for longer. The account I'm going to be covering has only existed since BC, too. Only. Listen to me. My point is, Vanilla has... If I somehow could tack Vanilla on, it would be even longer. I had multiple 60s in Vanilla because I was a loser who was bedridden and or living in a wheelchair at the time. I talked about that. Yeah, WoW will beat FF14 in score. It's unavoidable. There's no way it won't. I've said that several times. But it's almost an unfair comparison, because WoW just has so much more content, and it just hasn't dipped far enough in quality to really drag it down, you know? That is what it is. I think the expansion, you know, the bronze numbers will be a little bit more informative. Yeah, even the really crap expansions, of which we've had several, have had some really good stuff that a lot of people like to forget exists. I'm pretty sure every expansion in WoW will still be a net positive, put it that way. Even BC, which I think will be the worst. Warlords might score pretty badly, but I actually think Shadowlands or BFA would be worse than Warlords. Because Warlords' biggest sin is that it's short. But from review perspective, that makes Warlords have less opportunities for positives, so it won't score as well, but also less opportunities for negatives. Warlords also did a lot right, which a lot of people tend to forget about. Mostly on the gameplay axis, specifically. Warlords is also host to one of the best raids in the game. Blackrock Foundry, if you're wondering. Don't mistake me, I get the ire for Warlords. I share it, but I don't think Warlords is going to score that badly. Did I enjoy Heimdall? Actually, yeah. Heimdall was pretty legit. A little bit dull on the narrative side, but that's just Warlords in general, isn't it? What am I looking for? That's right. Days. Evo asked days. 54. Final Fantasy XIV, the FF14 run was 54 days. STO was 17, and Tor was 36, all of which stomp this game, which is only 12. Now, back to the audit sheet. Oh, where was I? Here we go. I mean, I wouldn't say that, Colgrim, but I do absolutely have a variant opinion, maybe more nuanced opinion? I'm not sure how to say that. More detailed opinion because of how much time I've spent in WoW. I know that game very, very well. Hi, Spartan. I do hope it went well, and if it didn't, shake fist. That's why I've been looking at this. Now, let's hurry this up, Laura. Listen, I don't want to know what you and the bear druid did, Spartan. No, absolutely, Colgrim. You will probably... I hope you're going to be there for the Guild Wars 2 review, because while I have played Guild Wars 2 quite a bit, I will not be lore running it, because I don't think I know, you know, it well enough to do that. By contrast, I built an entire series of videos doing a, in my opinion, very thorough and well-done look at the story of WoW. The entire story of WoW. No, not the lore run, the lore craft. I also did a lore run, but the Lorecraft series is the kind of depth and knowledge I have about WoW. And I am going to go ahead and brag about that. I am pleased with that. I'm not ashamed of it. I know Guild Wars 1 pretty well, too. Me and my friends have played through Guild Wars 1 many times. In fact, I kind of, to this day, still hope to do at least 2 more playthroughs of Guild Wars 1. One for the stream and one with my friends who haven't played it yet. But only some, Eva. We don't want to get too big of a head. We saw what it becomes when you have a too big head. It gets just giant, it floats into the air, and then people start stabbing it. Anyway, several people have said what I think Wrath will review as. I am one of the many people who think that, you know, Wrath was a big step up in quality from BC, probably because it frickin' was. But Wrath was still very flawed. I think that Wrath will not score particularly well on gameplay. Not really. I think it will score much better on the narrative axis. So I think BC will kind of have low scores of both. I think Wrath will start pulling up the narrative, and Cataclysm is when the game actually started having good gameplay design, and we'll start to see that, you know, start to really move forwards. Like, a lot of people forget that Wrath's quests suck. And while the zones and the atmosphere and the visuals, the viscerality are legit, there's a lot of slog in Wrath. They also hadn't quite figured out how to do layering yet, so that causes some issues. Yeah, Wrath... WoW has been a very gradual gradient increase in quality. Yeah, I'm talking about original Spartan, yeah. Oh, tell me about it, Colgrim. We might go above 3 for that. I don't know. We'll have a debate about that when we get there. Guess how many legendaries I have, Colgrim? Gift of Battle. Yeah. Yeah. 15. Damn, dude. A friend of mine has like 4. I have 1. The necklace, the anniversary one. Even that one was just... I think I have 2 ascended items, something like that. Replayability. You know I like to pull the crowd on this one. This is an interesting one, because we all presume this game will get better. But it's not better. And it may not be getting better. And that's not the version of the game we're reviewing. I think 1 replay positive for the sheer number of options and choices and all that fun stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we call the second replay positive. But I don't actually think I can give it either of the other 2. So... it absolutely deserves the 1, no question. But... you are not alone in that, Anosians. I know several people who've been replaying Act 1 as well, because Act 1 is probably the most solid act. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Act 1 feels the most feature-complete of the acts. Jesus, Colgrim. Do we need to have an intervention? Do we need to have a chat? which brings our gameplay score up to, I can math, 21? Plus 21. Not exactly shabby, and frankly higher than I thought it would be. Story. Yeah, as opposed to me, who's never done a raid in Guild Wars 2. Funnily enough, raids and fractals are the reasons I don't have more legendaries, because I just not get into that. Listen, I've seen what you wear, Giga. The butt cake. I'm pretty proud of my outfits in... Proud's the wrong word. Happy? I'm pretty happy with my outfits and cosmetics in Guild Wars 2. But at the same time, that's because I've seen what it would take to get the stuff I really want, and that is not happening. Ever. Like, I have accepted in my life that's just not happening, and I'm just moving away from it. Yeah, that tracks. Oh yeah, remind me what that site's called, Colgrim. I'll plug it in too, because I forget what it's called. Correct. Well, yeah, correct. I'm gonna go ahead and be selfish and greedy and not start Dragon Age today. I could. We have plenty of time to do it, but I'd like to take a little bit of an easiness and just recoup for a bit. And I'm being very honest, that's the reasoning. And yeah, tomorrow morning we will start Dragon Age Origins. I'm not done yet, of course. Because I'm sure you want to know what the score of this game is. I want to know what the score of this game is. We did, Lord Haramont. That is part of it. I put it under primary optional content, because that's what that feels like. Which one's Nevermore? I remember Eternity off the top of my head. Of course I do. It's one of the originals. Yeah, okay, yeah. Guild Wars 2 is designed to be a flashy game. I'm not saying I disagree with you, Giga. It's just, it's not going to be less of a flashy game because it's built from the ground up to be a flashy game. A huge amount of the end game progression of that game is cosmetics. In fact, all of it is. It was an interesting approach. I kind of... To say I agree with it is not quite accurate, but given what other MMOs do, deciding to allow the player to not progress in terms of power output, but so giving them another method of progression, in this case cosmetics, was a good idea. I guess that's it. Plus 79 to story. Let's plug in some numbers. Hang on. Baldur's Gate 3. Someone do me a favor and go check the website right now and tell me what the score is for DOS 2. Because, honestly, that is the direct comparison to this game. That's its direct competitor. Thank you for the sub, Max Omega. I always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things for future streams, please let me know. I can jot it down and make it so. $222.994. That's really high, as it should be. That's bonkers saying that, Colgrim, because 222 is one of the highest ranking games, like, ever. That's way the hell up there. Unless you mean for the raw scores, in which case, never mind. What's 83 plus 62? Just really quick, so I don't have to alt-tab. $145. Thank you. Yeah, that tracks. Checking my math. Nope, that tracks too. All right. RPG. Yeah, in our RPG list, which is the direct competitor here, Diablo 3 is on top. And I know some people disagree with that being an RPG, but there it is. Mass Effect 2 is right below it, and then Divinity Original Sin 2 is right below it. That's the top 3. The top 5 is Diablo 3, Mass Effect 2, DOS 2, Lufia 2, and Pokemon Shield, for the curious. Let me punch in a couple things really quick here, so we can do some direct comparisons. Tomorrow we're streaming Dragon Age, Max Omega. Want to join us for that? That would be awesome. I really liked Pokemon Shield. I know I'm in the minority there, and I don't care. So, having double-checked our numbers. DOS 2 got plus 38 to story. Yeah, nope, that's right. To plus 38 to story. That was a 0.63 ratio and an 0.63 density. I keep screwing that up. 0.63 density and 89% ratio, which is very good. Baldur's Gate 3 has 79 pluses to story, which I stand behind. This game has very, very good story and very good story presentation, despite its issues. It has slightly higher density of 0.75, but lower ratio, in other words, more negatives to positives at 84%. I agree with that, Colgrim. So that's the narrative issue. Baldur's Gate 3 is better, and worse, respectively, when it comes to story. Gameplay-wise, DOS 2 got a plus 42, which is bonkers. That is huge for a game in general, but also for an RPG. By contrast, Baldur's Gate 3 got a plus 21, which is literally half of it. Really quick, thank you, Spartan, for the sub. Always, and I will jot that down if you give me a second here. I wasn't ready. Hang on. So, wow, to Dragon's Block and WoW Cat at a Legion. Thank you again, Spartan, very, very much. So, DOS 2 had plus 42, Baldur's Gate had plus 21. DOS 2 had 0.7 pluses per hour, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 had 0.2. less than a third of the density in terms of gameplay. Similarly, DOS 2's gameplay ratio was much higher, at 77%, whereas Baldur's Gate 3's gameplay ratio is much lower at 57%. For those of you who don't know how that ratio works, just to reiterate here, just to remind you, 50% means it's dead even, right? Anything below 50% is a net negative. Anything above 50% is a net positive. So the closer it is to 50 on the positive side, the worse it is. So 57% is not great. There's a lot of gameplay negatives there. Which leaves us with a final golden number of... dramatic pause. 200 and 8.05. You're welcome, Dakota, and thank you for joining us for it. I know we disagree on a lot of things, but it is nice seeing other perspectives and opinions on it, and I do think this is a game that is just not going... is a game that some people shouldn't actually put up into. Anyways, the story axis carried this game. The story axis dragged the game's score up. That's why I double-checked my numbers. It almost... honestly, that golden number felt high. But that does mean DOS 2 scores better overall, which it should. DOS 2 really should be higher, because it's a better game. But the narrative axis absolutely dragged Baldur's Gate 3 up. So yeah, this might stomp it if the definitive edition, which may come out, ever actually does and polishes all this up. Quite possibly, Giga. Although, actually, if I might be so bold, I don't think this game is going to beat Diablo 3. I know I'm going to get some hackles for that. I don't care. Diablo 3 is the highest rated game we've covered, and for a reason. But, as I was about to say, and that's right, Dragon Age is tomorrow's part, and Jesus, you can tell I'm out of it here. Whatever. I'm dumb. Tomorrow is Dragon Age Origins. The other game, and by the other I mean one of the other games that is going to be in striking range of the top crown, the top throne for RPGs. Because last time Dragon Age Origins was, I think, the third best game we reviewed. And, well, our system has evolved substantially from then. So it's going to be very curious to see where it lands on this list. I don't think Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition are going to be in striking range at the top. But Origins? We'll see. Because I've never looked at Origins like this before. Now, let's see who won the guessing game. Really quick. So it was, what was it? It was 200. I just said it out loud. It's 200 and 208.05. What do we got? I do believe that goes to Pancakes, who continues to use his evil powers. For Lords of Magic Special Edition. We've been doing it for years, Colcrum. Let me reset the board for Dragon Age Origins. Reorganize it by alphabetize. I mean, maybe by Tomato. If that is not Pancake's first win, recently even. Before we move forward, just because I have a little extra time today, I thought it'd be interesting to compare and contrast DOS 2 to Baldur's Gate 3 directly. Animation, Baldur's Gate 3 wins that. Atmosphere and tone, DOS 2 wins that one. Some similarities, some similarities, some similarities. Brickwork, Baldur's Gate 3 wins. We already talked about that. But in terms of characters, Baldur's Gate 3 absolutely stomps. By such a margin, it's not even funny. Scroll forward a little bit. I actually liked the doodad usage better in DOS 2. Make of that what you will. Obviously, external continuity doesn't even apply, really. Scroll forward a little bit. Baldur's Gate 3 had tighter internal continuity, which is funny, because it also had worse. Better MSQ, better Prime Opt, and better secondary quests. I stand by that. Better moments. A lot of better here. Worse outro. Worse intro, too, by the way. Worse plot, which I stand behind quite strongly. DOS 2 is one of those rare RPGs that actually has a pretty strong plot. And I know that sounds weird, but really think about that for a second. How many RPGs sit on the strength of their plot? Usually it's more about themes, or character arcs, or world building, but the plot is usually just kind of... So, very strong plot. I wouldn't call the Yakuza's RPGs, but valid point, Yura. Either way, DOS 2 had a much stronger plot, in my opinion. A substantially stronger plot. They both had the same general storytelling mechanics. DOS 2 had better visual storytelling. Obviously, Baldur's Gate 3 had better voice acting. Weird as this may sound, I think DOS 2 had better world building as well. Not like Baldur's Gate 3 had a bad one, but then we look at the gameplay axis. So you notice that was kind of leaning towards Baldur's Gate 3's favor, which makes sense. Because then there's the gameplay. So DOS 2 had better AI design, had better... oh god, actually, let me stop this. Let's see what Baldur's Gate 3 did better than DOS 2 in gameplay, because I think that's going to be the exception here. Bonus question, do you think Baldur's Gate 3 did anything better in gameplay than DOS 2? Now, is it the thing I think it is, Colgrim? Well, I've already found it on the list, so we have come across one thing. Viscerality is a function of gameplay. As Yura and I discussed the other day, it is a subsection of feedback. That's fair, Colgrim. I'm comparing directly. Believe it or not, I'm up to 3 things that I think that Baldur's Gate 3 did better in gameplay. Going across the list here. I'm a little surprised by that, to be completely blunt. DOS 2 is a very tight gameplay experience, comparatively speaking. Looks like it might be 2. I'm almost at the end of the list here. Hey, Ross. Yep, it's just those. So what's your guess, Colgrim? Tell me, because I'm really curious. Yeah, no kidding, Colgrim. Yeah, we're done. We're doing a very, very, very final wrap-up, just for fun. I'm going to go do a lot of paperwork, and then I'm going to close my eyes for a bit. I haven't even had lunch. I had a Snickers. So, one of the things, and this is a huge technically, which is why I think this deserves some asterisks, is kit, or more accurately, classes. The sheer fact that Baldur's Gate 3 had 5th edition to draw on means it was going to win the kit battle. Because DOS 2, in my opinion, has better overall builds and design of and balance of the abilities you have. But Baldur's Gate 3 has 5th edition classes, of which there's like 15 or something like that. Baldur's Gate 3 was going to win that battle. That's just what that's what that is. HUD was the second thing, very good. But the third thing is the one that I honestly kind of expected. It's something that most people don't think of as gameplay, which is probably very true to quote it. Probably one of the reasons why it didn't occur to you. Choices. Choices, as I've said many, many times, is an aspect of gameplay. And if there's one thing that Baldur's Gate 3 shined on in the gameplay axis, it was its choices gameplay. DOS 2 had a lot of choices gameplay, but not at the same level. That's it. That's the 3 things. Everything else, but DOS 2 was either as good as, like co-op, or better. Viscerality was tied, yeah. You can... Although, no, I stand by that. There was a lot of really cool stuff, and this is important, it had impact in DOS 2. But either way, I've delayed enough. Which had better music? I think... I'm pretty sure that's DOS 2. Yep, I am correct. Like, hang on. I know you like Westfall music, as do I. Yeah, give me just a sec. You remember that title theme that plays at the beginning of Baldur's Gate 3? Well, this is DOS 2's. It's a damn good song. I agree, Wandering Doll, but that's on the story axis. But I do agree with you completely. It probably doesn't help that DOS 2's companions kind of aren't. They're more like other party members who have a story arc to them, and that's a damn shame. In Baldur's Gate 3, they're full, you know, what I would normally call a companion, like you would in Dragon Age or Neverwinter Nights, or not about Baldur's Gate or something like that. Also true, Colgrim. So, no fun for that. It does surf. It was actually stuck in my head to the point where it was starting to bother me. Anyways, thank you, all of you, for enduring. I mean, watching with this game with me. It was interesting. It was enlightening. I am going to go ahead and do some post paperwork tomorrow. Well, you know what you're doing tomorrow. I'll see y'all.